Hi everyone. Well, health is real wealth and not pieces of gold and silver. Mahatma Gandhi said this decades ago, but honestly, it rings truer today than ever, isn't it? Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you at the CNN-News18 Goa HealthTech Summit 2025 presented by Earshot. It's great to see this room filled with doctors, entrepreneurs, policymakers, investors, innovators, all here for one reason: to reimagine the future of healthcare in India. Let's take a step back and see where India stands today. In just a decade, public health spending has nearly doubled. The Ayushman Bharat digital mission has given hundreds of millions their own digital health IDs. And our health tech startup ecosystem is bringing AI, telemedicine, data-led care into everyday use. And this progress isn't by chance. With healthcare infrastructure a clear priority, from new aims and stronger primary health centers to programs like PM Ayushman Bharat, states like Goa are leading the way, launching India's first fully digital primary health center, scaling up ambulances for faster response, bringing AI into public hospitals, and introducing accessible pricing for life-saving therapies. Before we move ahead, I'd like to thank our presenting partner, Earshot, for making this summit possible. Let's use this summit to imagine big, collaborate hard, and push India's healthcare story into its next chapter, one built on innovation, on inclusivity, and real impact. So to kick off this summit, let's start with the big picture. If we want healthcare in India to be stronger, more resilient, and truly accessible, innovation has to be at the center of it. Whether it's new technology, smarter systems, or fresh ideas from the ground up, this is what will shape a robust healthcare ecosystem for the future. So to guide us through this conversation, please welcome Ekta Batra to the stage. And joining her for this discussion is someone who knows this journey inside out, having led Goa's most prestigious medical institution, Dr. Shivanand Bandekar, former Dean of Goa Medical College.
Dr. Bandekar, thank you very much for joining in.
My pleasure.
As we all know, AI is taking over every aspect of life in some form or the other, and it's very present in terms of healthcare as well. Just to give you a couple of statistics before we start, to put it into perspective, today 76% of Indian healthcare professionals believe AI improves patient outcomes. 78% expect shorter wait times, 65% expect reduced procedure times, and 45%, however, want clear usage guidelines, and 44% also want clarity on legal liability. So the medical professionals are also integrating AI. They think it's necessary to have AI in their practice as well. But the key question is, where does India stand when it comes to artificial intelligence? I just read an article on the way on my flight to Goa this morning about how a doctor conducted a laparoscopic surgery with AI, and he was the sole surgeon doing the surgery. So it was all with the help of AI that he was the only person present in that OT along with the machine. So that's the kind of advancement that we're talking about. But Dr. Bandekar, you've been in this field for 28 years now. Can you start by giving us your perspective in terms of where exactly artificial intelligence stands when it comes to healthcare and healthcare in Goa?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. I was in fact, the first surgeon in Government Medical College to start a robotic knee replacement, which is one of the biggest applications of AI. And as you rightly said, we could do it with 2 surgeons only. And the OT, the robotic arm used to do everything. We used to give data to the robotic arm and then just help it through human touch and then see that it does the job properly. Now, if you look at the AI is no more a choice in medical field. It is a compulsion. And I think everybody sitting here will agree with me, some of the top officials who are sitting here, that we won't be able to, make a medical profession great by just not looking at AI. And it is so useful, especially in diagnostics. In radiology, then we have Government of Goa project on lung cancer where we are using AI. You can do early detection. I think there are some speakers will speak on that. And also in pathology slides, in the histopathology. Not only there, but if you see the data that you collect with HMIS, that is a hospital information system, the data can guide you in a big way. If it is a very great data, you can predict things, you can really change the treatment modalities from, treatment to prevention. So I feel that AI in Goa and in Goa Medical College, yes, we are being not fully innovative in using AI, but in days to come, I think we can use AI. We are right now using it in radiology. We are using it in pathology. We can also start using in other fields like we are also having a plan to start robotic unit, especially in general surgery, orthopedics, though already started. So this is where I think AI can help us.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to take up that point with regards to robotics, because today if you get a Da Vinci machine, a Da Vinci robotic machine, which a lot of hospitals are now getting and investing in, it costs a lot. And incrementally, that robotic surgery, if it is for a laparoscopic surgery or whatever surgery it might be, prostate, etc., it costs maybe 1x or 2x more than what another general surgery would cost. How then would you justify or bridge the gap when it comes to the costing of robotics and make it more accessible to the common man?
I fully agree that any innovations that you do should be sustainable and it should have a best economic model. If you see, I have started knee replacements in Government Medical College since 2003. That was my first knee, which was published in the papers, because earlier to that, we used to refer cases to the centers outside the state. And the journey went through so many years. And finally, when we did, 2 years back, when we did a first robotic, we found there is definitely a difference in the outcomes. Now, what are these differences? That you can have a short hospital stay. The patients, otherwise, if you are in a government setup also, now the hospital stay will cost you something. So you reduce on hospital stay, you reduce on manpower, and you reduce on disposables that you use. So if you do that, I think somewhere you could spend little extra in initial investment of the machine. And I think that model should work for the government setups. And I have seen my patients whom I have done, hardly 50 cc blood loss. Otherwise, some areas where you do, patients who are on blood thinners and all, you do a routine conventional knee, you land up doing 2 transfusions. These transfusions also cost something. So one can see that some part of it which we are routinely using, routinely spending money, can be reduced if you use AI, and it is very safe. Because when we do robotic, we don't open the medullary canal, which is supposed to have very high risk in fat embolism or a marrow embolism. These are technical terms, but these are dangerous things. If suppose even 10% people have marrow embolism, the money spent on their ICU care is tremendous. And that is where I feel this kind of AI innovations are really great. Even though initially they look costly, we can always develop a sustainable model.
Do you think that a lot of private hospitals have robotic surgery robotics, as a part of the hospital infrastructure now, and mainly tier 1 in urban cities? Do you think that robotics will now make its way into public hospitals?
I think it is need of the hour, and it is definitely the need of the hour in the public hospitals, basically because why somebody, we say inclusiveness. means you have to include everybody who cannot afford also. That is where we are talking today. And when we talk about innovations, it should reach each and everybody. So I don't think, in fact, Goa Medical College already has a plans to buy a special robo, which will be utilized for the patients free of cost. So it will come in public because it has a great outcomes.
Okay. Similarly, we're talking about public hospitals, but what about the entire rural infrastructure, say tier 2 hospitals or tier 3 hospitals, district hospitals? Do you think that it's just too far an innovation for them to adopt at this point in time? Where primary care itself is actually a requirement.
As far as Goa healthcare goes, Goa is a small state. And in fact, we say Goa is the best healthcare module. It is not a very big state. And if you want to launch anything like Ayushman Bharat or you DDSSY, any scheme, it has really included everybody, right from the communities, right from rural areas. If you see my rural health center, which is located in Mandur, in fact, the National Commission who came to see, they said, this doesn't look like rural because there are hardly any rural areas in our country, in our state. And that is the reason I feel that they will not be deprived of. At the same time, initially, they can always be a good referral system and hub and spoke model. Sometimes, you can guide a person on a hub and spoke model. So we have hub and spoke for neonatology intensive care unit. We have ICUs, tele-ICUs, which actually deliver the best services even in the district hospitals.
Yeah. What have y'all done which is different for y'all to have so much of integration of robotics already?
We have, because of government setup, we have already approached the, when you do innovation, it is a combine, it is a cooperation from different departments. So we spoke to the companies who do this AI robotics, and they have done something called as, giving us free of cost these machines. And in fact, they are also given us the free disposables because, as you rightly said, when you put the robo in private, it costs something more. But here we didn't pay much because there was a collaboration with the company which makes the AI robo.
Okay. So can you give us a sense in terms of how much a robotic surgery would cost in Goa as compared to a non-robotic surgery?
To speak on robotic cost, I come from a government hospital where everything is free.
Yeah.
And we don't even charge, or if the patient produces the insurance card, he gets A to Z free. You will not believe that Goa Medical College and the health services, they offer almost everything free, including, some anti-cancers, medicines, injections to the tune of 3 to 4 lakhs are given free. So to speak on cost as a government doctor, it will be a little difficult for me.
Just to give a sense to the audience, because in the city of Mumbai, I will give you an example of a prostate robotic surgery, which can go up to even 9 lakhs. And obviously, insurance companies are now getting their head around the fact that they have to subsidize robotics as well, whereas a non-robotic surgery will cost half of that. So in that sense, is that the same price differential in a state such as Goa as well for private hospitals?
I think this pricing is hospital specific. It depends upon the standards of hospitals. So we have A, B, C class hospitals. So each one, as you know, to maintain your hospital to the highest standard, you also have to spend money. And it involves a lot of economics. So if you go to hospitals like Bridge Candy, Jaslok, and these are the hospitals which really have a lot of overheads, and maybe they find it difficult to maintain those standards, maybe because of that their pricing is high. But government is now thinking of pricing, some basic pricing. This is like how when I did my first Attune knee is one of the best knee. It is in tune with nature. So that attune knee when I did in 2014, that knee was costing 2.5 lakh implant. Now the same knee is now costing 75,000. Why? Because of government policy of NPPA. You must have heard of national pricing policy. So if government feels and then the expert committee sits together and sees that this particular hospital has got so many expenses, so many economic things to handle, this hospital can be permitted to charge so much for this procedure, and hospital B may be asked to charge this much for the procedure. So it is after all a policy decision of the government.
Okay. One of the things which comes with robotics is also training. The surgeon has to be trained, the team has to be trained to handle that particular robotic machine. In that context, what have you done, or what do you advocate when it comes to training of personnel?
See, ours is a medical college. We are always in a process of training young doctors. And when we got Robo, we actually had sawbone training for residents and the other consultants. And since we have infrastructure, we have cadaveric lab also. So it becomes very easy for a government setup or a medical college to train your staff. And suppose somebody doesn't have this facility, can always utilize the facilities in the government to train the doctor. So I don't think that training is a big problem, because whenever you talk of innovation, we always talk about creating the workforce. Otherwise, how will you keep innovations going? It is very difficult, because right now in medical field, workforce is also getting down. Workforce is coming down. If you see a basic doctor, basic doctor is difficult to get in the cities now. The primary care doctors, you get all specialists and super specialists. So primary care, which is very important thing in one of the points in innovative technologies, if you are talking about primary health centers and all, you should have a well-trained primary care doctors. So this is where it is important that we create that workforce. And medical colleges can be always utilized to create that workforce.
So, in your opinion, robotic training should now be a part of medical curriculum across the country.
Absolutely.
It's a necessity now.
It is need of the hour. I don't think now we have any choice for not having innovations in AI for a medical profession. And if you teach them, like how they are saying now in engineering, that coding is very essential now. Coding training is started in schools only, because then earlier it was not even known to the people who did B's, Bachelor of Engineering, Master of Engineering, and then later they realized that coding has to be learned in the school level. Today the whole Silicon Valley works on coding.
So, in that context, what you are also saying is that the entire world of medicine, the entire world of surgery is actually changed. So, give me a sense that, say for example, I was reading a statistic that biopsies are 63% faster, accuracy rates are higher with artificial intelligence. So tomorrow, if in case a doctor has a different opinion from what artificial intelligence is telling you, say about a test or a way you should proceed in terms of surgery or in terms of diagnosis, what does a doctor do then? What is the, in terms of this conundrum that they face? Should they believe AI? Should they believe their own instinct?
See, AI cannot overrule human power. One thing is sure, AI has been designed by human brains. It does not think above the human brains. There are these associations of pathologists, associations of diagnostic. They have decided which report to take. They have created criteria. So you cannot say what AI says and what pathologist says. If it differs, I will believe in AI. This is not possible. But it is a convergence of two opinions.
But the fact is that AI has data which is recorded from the entire globe, and in terms of the sensitivity, it's over 90% when it comes to pathology, radiology, when it comes to biopsies, etc. In that sense, do you think that the human touch is just actually going to take a back seat as we go forward, and the entire medical scenario that we're dealing with today is going to be dependent on artificial intelligence going forward?
I don't think we will depend on AI for everything. We will use AI as a tool to ease our life. And you cannot say that AI will control humans. It is just not possible. Because
Okay.
AI circuits are designed by human brains. How it will supersede human brains? No.
Okay. In terms of dependency, but Doctor, give us a sense in terms of where you think artificial intelligence is headed in terms of medicine. We've spoken about pathology, we've spoken about robotics. Where next does artificial intelligence go when it comes to medicine?
See, artificial intelligence can be utilized for maintaining records, maintaining the endemics, pandemics, everything. It can also be utilized to reduce paperwork which doctors are doing. Paperwork for doctor is like waste of time. Doctor should spend more time with the patient. So there I think AI has got a lot of scope. And this is happening in Western society. AI has been used for maintaining records, maintaining data, and all that is going to help us. Finally, when you talk of innovation, we are talking about a doctor more with the patient, more welfare of the patient, and from hospital to home. There are beautiful AI machines which do telemonitoring. Means there are some geriatric patients, old citizens who don't want to come to hospital. So you fit in them, that you give that machine to them, put some sensors on their finger or something, they monitor your all vitals, and there is a control room or there is a command center which monitors, and it says, this particular patient is doing well, is not doing well. Then there are people who will go and check him. So that is where AI has got a maximum role. Teleconsultation, and I want to have an opinion of some of the top orthopedic surgeon in Mumbai or in UK. Do a teleconsultation, he's available for you. Earlier, people had to travel to meet him, get his appointment. I still remember, there was a neurologist, only neurologist in Bombay hospital. He had a big queue, and then you couldn't meet him. Now, under teleconsultation or telecommunication, you can ask him, show him the reports, and he will give his opinion. So that is one big advantage of AI.
And what do you think are the cons of AI, the challenges?
There are challenges because many a times, you can have wrong interpretations of the pictures, clinical features. So, especially in ICUs, when we show patients to the intensivists, because there's a scarcity of intensivists in the country, and then we don't make a lot of intensivists. So at that time, what picture he sees on camera and what is his interpretation is definitely different from bedside picture. So I feel these are the bottlenecks in AI, and true picture is true picture.
Where do you think India is when it comes to its artificial intelligence journey in medicine? How far off are we? How are we compared to, say, the West?
I think we are very much primitive as of now, because I come from an institute which is oldest in Asia, but we hardly see. Now we are just thinking of starting a department of robotics and AI, and where our HMIS system is getting piloted very soon. But HMIS in West came 20 years back, 2 decades back. So we are much behind. And everywhere we lag behind because of finances or funds. So that is one thing which keeps us, below. I think there's a lot of scope in government hospitals to utilize AI, and we must do it, because now hardly, I think it is 10 to 15% hospitals are having the AI system.
All right, Dr. Bandekar, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank
you very much for joining in and kicking off the Goa Health Summit with your thoughts, and I'm sure we'll hear your thoughts through the sessions as well. Thank you very much, and I just request you to stay on stage.
Can we please have the memento for Doctor? Thank you. Okay, let's now switch gears to something that literally fuels our health, which is food. From boosting immunity to preventing chronic diseases, superfoods like millets are making a comeback, but with a slightly modern twist. So we're not just going to talk about these superfoods, we're also going to talk about health and wellness, all in the world of AI and tech. And for the same, I would like to invite Professor Sujata Kadam, Dean Academic and Administration, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Goa. Also joining us, Unnati Bagnikar, proprietor, Great Bites. And Sucheta Bhandare, founder, Earth Purna, is with us as well. And lastly, Dr. Bala Pesala, founder and CEO, Ayur.ai, completes the panel. I will be taking this conversation forward. Love the fact that it's a 4 versus 1 panel, if I can just put it that way. No, we're not going to sideline you, Dr. Bala, because we have some very interesting conversations about a very interesting concept you've come up with. But let's first start with the superfoods. Can we start with the superfoods? I think everyone here wants to hear a little bit of what these two entrepreneurs are bringing to the table. Can I start with you, ma'am? Tell us a little bit about your initiative, and more than that, where did the idea of promoting millets to this extent come to your mind? सबसे पहले शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई?
Thank you. My company name is Earth Purna. So Earth Purna started, I grew up in farming family. So we used to have everything that is grown in our farm. So I got that connect कि जो हम लोग grow कर रहे हैं वही हम लोग seasonally हम लोग consume करते थे. When I came to Pune for my work, that time I found that gap की सारी seasonal चीजें या फिर जो native crop थे कुछ सीजनल प्लांट या फिर जो वेजिटेबल्स थे वो अभी अवेलेबल नहीं है मार्केट में. एंड दैट टाइम आई रियलाइज कि आई कुडंट फाइंड रागी इन पुणे स्मॉल शॉप्स, एंड आई स्टार्टेड वर्किंग विथ एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. दे वर्किंग विथ फार्मर्स हु स्टेज इन बोर तालुका नियर पुणे. So when I go to the village, I asked them that you used to grow ragi, and why you stopped? So they told me there is no market demand. अभी यहाँ पे कोई लेता ही नहीं है रागी. So इसलिए हम लोग सिर्फ घर के लिए उगाते हैं और उतना ही हम लोग खाते हैं, बाकी लोग अभी कोई हम लोग उसको बेचते नहीं है. So that's how it started. So then lockdown happened. So I realized only selling grain is not an option. There is a market demand for healthy food products. So we started working on recipes, and that are come from my grandmother's, my Aji's recipes.
So are these all millet-based recipes?
Yes.
100%?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of them.
And how do you make it so delicious? Because the one thing, at least conventionally, when we think of millets, when we think of things that are very, very healthy for your gut, the one thing that, or apprehension that comes with it is, उतना tasty नहीं होगा.
So लड्डू सबको पसंद आते हैं. That's why they are लड्डू. And अगर दादी का रेसिपी है तो वो उतने ही प्यार से हम लोग बनाते हैं, इसलिए वो सबको पसंद आता है. We also there is one person who we consulted with her. She is an Ayurveda expert. So we also added few things that they'll be more nutritious and healthy too. So that's how we are working on these recipes.
Great Bites also has the same concept, and millet laddus is something that you'll also...
Millet laddu and some spicy millet cheese ball. वो तो हमारा ही इन्वेंशन है.
But laddu with millets, cheese ball with millets, तो वही सवाल आपके लिए भी, how does one convince themselves कि this is a healthy dish, no matter what? Because the moment you say laddu खाना है, everyone's like, it can't be healthy.
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. वही इन्होंने वो बोला.
It can't be healthy and tasty, if I can put it that way.
No, वो दादी का अगर रेसिपी है और हम अच्छा दे रहे हैं तो टेस्ट तो सबको पसंद आता ही है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि वो मिलेट का है इसके लिए कम टेस्टी रहेगा या हम खा नहीं सकते, ऐसा नहीं है.
And response कैसा रहा है?
ये रिस्पॉन्स तो अच्छा है. आप पहले जैसा बोल रही थी, ऐसा ही है कि वो मिलेट है करके कोई पहले हाथ नहीं लगाएगा, लेकिन जब हम टेस्ट को देंगे, वो अगर आप खा लेंगे तो एक बार खाएंगे तो बार बार तो खाएंगे.
एक बार खाएंगे बार बार खाएंगे and that's what's happening. That's why I'm assuming Great Bites is going to go beyond Goa. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you planning that eventually?
यस यस
Okay,
हम
lovely.
ऐसा प्लान कर ही रहे हैं. हमें गोवा के बाहर क्या है, बेसिकली हेल्दी फूड सबको देना है, हेल्दी एंड न्यूट्रिशियस, और उसमें टेस्ट भी देना है, उसमें कुछ इनोवेशन भी देना है. तो ये सब कुछ देना है. इसके लिए वो गोवा या मेरे गांव तक नहीं सीमित रखना है, वो पूरा बढ़ाना है. लेकिन अभी तो हमारा 2-3 साल का ही बेबी है, तो वो अभी
तो
बढ़
अभी थोड़ा
जाएगा.
टाइम लगेगा, but that's a
टाइम
great
तो
initiative.
लगेगा.
Great initiative. Dr. Sujata, my first question then, just to keep the continuation on, is how much do you consume millets? Before we go to the Ayurveda story and talk about the wellness aspect of this discussion.
Thank you for inviting me. We recommend millets, no doubt about it, because it contains the micronutrients which are essential for the maintaining our health. But as per Ayurveda, consuming only millet is not recommended. Actually, you should have the whole grain food, whatever we are consuming daily, and in between, we can have the millets for the supplementation of micronutrients to our body for the health, maintaining the health. So that generally, and we call it as Shri Dhanya. Shri is the healthy or the good grains. So the person can consume in between or one meal for the millets after 2-3 days. That kind of advice we are giving, but not the routine.
Okay. So we'll talk about technology, AI being brought into Ayurveda. The moment we talk about Ayurveda in this country, the interesting thing is that, boom, that topic is trending because it's making headlines already. Everyone is on one side of the story. Either people are extremely pro it or anti it. But at AIIA, what have you witnessed with the younger generation increasingly curious about how science works, how a human body works? Ayurveda goes back thousands of years. Are you seeing a far more enthusiastic response in that sense from the coming generation?
Yes, definitely, because Ayurveda is actually having, for teaching purpose, we are having all modern tools and technologies. The anatomy, for anatomy, we are having the virtual dissection table. And whatever the modern anatomy and the Ayurveda anatomy, what is described, we are teaching them on virtual dissection table. So they find it very interesting to learn the anatomy like subject. So I think the students are very curious and they are seeing the results and the innovations, the research which are we are publishing on the facts-based outcomes. So they are reading those and they are getting more and more attracted.
The one thing that I do want to ask, though, is where do you stand on this? And just to be the devil's advocate here once again, to anyone who says that there is a lot of absurdity that comes with Ayurveda, the ones who don't believe in this school of thought, how would you say Ayurveda's response has been? And is that evolving over a period of time? Because now we're seeing technology come in, we're seeing AI come in, and more people, and Dr. Bala perhaps can also speak on this in just a bit, more and more people are saying, look, we were not wrong. There's proof to substantiate what we'd been claiming all this while.
Yes, we are integrating many things for that proving, right, these are the Ayurveda principles, and yes, these are the true principles, what we can adopt for our healthy living. So I think we are using many tools for many diseases. Like in diabetes, we have developed a tool. Actually, the diabetes type, we are having in Ayurveda, there are 20 types of diabetes. Not exactly diabetes, but we call it as a prameha, and we are having the 20 types. So they are having the different clinical pictures, and we are putting them in the AI tool. And after the history of the patient or symptomatology of the patient, by hearing those, it is giving the ready-made, tailor-made diet, lifestyle, yoga, and the medicine.
And is this different from the conventional ways
Yes,
of going
surely,
about diabetic
surely.
patients? How is it different? How are these tools different than how a diabetic patient is normally told that this is your sugar level?
Because we are integrating this investigation also in it, but whatever the symptoms that patient is having, that depends. Like in kapha type of diabetes, the patient will having the more swelling, the dizziness, like things, and that's why that symptomatology is feeded in that tool, and that will give the whatever ultimate diet he should take.
Okay. Dr. Bala, your story is very interesting because the whole concept of Ayur AI was a personal story, a personal experience that translated into something that we're seeing today, a blend of tech and Ayurveda. So tell us a little bit about that story. Everyone should first be told कि आया कहाँ से कि Ayurveda, जो goes back thousands of years, had to be made more tech friendly.
First of all, thanks for the invitation. Happy to be among other women entrepreneurs and ma'am. Happy to be the minority on the stage. So I'm not an Ayurveda doctor. I come with no agenda in Ayurveda. I'm an engineer by background. Did my BTech in IIT in electrical engineering and aerospace engineering, and did my PhD in electrical engineering. So just want to give a context how an electrical engineer, is getting into Ayurveda. So after I returned back from US, I had a disease called chronic gastritis. So like everyone, you go to a modern doctor and then they do an endoscopy and they identify the cause of the disease. Right? So, I thought I'll get better in a week. That's what was promised. And then I kept on taking modern medicines for 7+ years. I said clearly something is not working, right? And I stopped all the medication. It, in fact, made my health worse in certain aspects. So, my mother-in-law one day told I should meet an Ayurveda doctor, right? Now imagine an engineer sitting with an IIT background and being told to meet an Ayurveda doctor. It was a very skeptical experience at first. Right? I would say that we come with our own preconceptions of what something is because we're not taught, right? So just 5 minutes of meeting the Ayurveda doctor changed my perspective. Right? But by the time I had worked with a lot of sensors and instruments, he just takes these 3 fingers and then does an examination for a minute. And he could tell my whole history that I got 5 years back, right, this gastritis, and it aggravated 3 years back, and this is where it is. So to me, it is, it is all about experiencing it and making your own decision. Right? So we come with a lot of these preconceptions. Then I took the Ayurveda treatment and I felt better, after long years. Then I quit my job in CSIR and I started this company. The main goal is, we had a saying, in God we trust, everybody else must bring data. So then we started creating data, right? So Ayurveda, there's the question that you had asked, right? It's a 2,000-year-old science, right? Some people believe it, some people don't believe it. If you understand, right, the fundamental history of Ayurveda, ma'am knows much more than me, there is enough clinical evidence for the last 2,000 years, right? Otherwise, any medicinal system will not survive if it's not producing the right benefits. What has been missing is 2 things. Creating an evidence like how we do in modern science, longitudinally tracking before and after interventions, how the patients are getting better, showing proof, right? Before treatment, sugar level is, 200, and after treatment, sugar level is 100. I think that proof we have not created in Ayurveda. That's where AI will come into the picture, right? And the second thing is modern interpretation of Ayurveda, right? So a lot of these terms, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, at that time, Ayurveda acharyas, doctors understood certain way of physiology. And modern terms, we have a very reductionist way of understanding things, right? But body is not, just sum of blood markers. So the way we understand is an integrative approach where we combine the best of Ayurveda, which looks at your body as a whole, and modern markers, which dissects the body and tries to understand. I think both approaches have its own value, and the goal is to integrate these 2 approaches. And AI is very much needed because neither doctor understands the other medicinal system. Yeah. So we have to build in processes and AI to ensure that both these inputs are taken, both in diagnosis and personalized recommendations.
So AI essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, is bridging the gap, right? So diagnosis is happening and the doctor is being able to pick on that diagnosis through AI, and that's where it comes into play. And there's a wonderful line that you keep repeating, which is that AI is not going to, in this case, at least replace doctors. It's only going to make every doctor a good doctor.
Absolutely. In fact, we have a saying, AI will never replace doctors, but doctors who know AI will replace doctors who don't. That's the power of the AI, right? It's an efficiency enhancer, as previous speaker also said. We have to leverage all the tools to give the best diagnosis and treatment, because at the end of the day, patient doesn't care whether it's Ayurveda or modern science. They want their problem to get resolved.
So, Cheta, how much of technology, given that we're living in this increasingly tech-driven world, farming is no different, and the one section that you closely work is farmers. You're working with farmers, so improving their lives is one part of your story, and the other is, of course, ensuring people eat healthy food. So at Earth Purna, what have you observed in terms of how sustainable farming is getting more effective with the use of the right tech and AI?
अगर हम लोग मिलेट का एग्जांपल लेते हैं, सो मिलेट कम ऑन माउंटेन स्लोप एंड दे कम ऑन वेरी लेस वाटर, दे ग्रो ऑन वेरी लेस वाटर. So traditionally we were growing it, but farmers have stopped. So maybe people tend to eat healthy thing, but हमें अगर ऑनलाइन हम लोग सर्च करते हैं तो यूजुअली मिलता है कि ये मत खाओ, वो मत खाओ, वो मत खाओ, वो मत खाओ. क्या खाना है वो कोई बताता नहीं है. So that's how we want to bridge the gap कि farmers को fair price मिल सके वहाँ पे. We are promoting them that they can grow the traditional crop. They are good for soil, good for us, and providing customers that healthy food products. So the tech thing you asked me, so tech can help farmers. So which are the traditional crop they were growing, they can get the data. Also people can connect, use AI to get the good fit diet for them. So that's how it can be.
So your strategy can essentially be based on all the tech inputs you have. The good thing about a superfood like millet is that it really is not very heavy dependent on water, other things, doesn't need to be taken care of that much. So that automatically makes things simpler for anyone. But Unnati, tell us a little bit about your journey, especially with regards to your husband and you starting this business all by yourself with no experience in food whatsoever. तो ये कहाँ से आया और इतना डिटेल्ड, मतलब a lot of people will say that I'll start a restaurant or I want to cook or I want to do something or maybe get into a tiffin system. So you got into it, but got into millets in particular.
उसके पीछे भी एक रीज़न है. जो मेरी बेटी है वो पहले स्विमिंग करती थी, तो पहले से ही बहुत 20 साल पहले से ही उसको कुछ तो हेल्दी देना है. इसकी वजह से मैंने घर में ही एक गृहिणी या एक माँ जो जितना अच्छा दे सकती है उतना बाकी बाहर नहीं मिलेगा, रेस्टोरेंट्स में नहीं मिलेगा. तो उस वजह से पहले से ही मैं थोड़ा न्यूट्रिशन, उसको प्रोटीन चाहिए, उसको ये चाहिए. और एज अ वेजिटेरियन उसको कहाँ से कुछ मिलेगा इसका स्टडी मैंने थोड़ा किया. मैंने अकेले नहीं, मैं और मेरे हस्बैंड ने किया था, और उसकी वजह से जो प्रोडक्ट्स हमने बनाए वो हेल्दी और न्यूट्रिशियस और टेस्टी. कैसे है, वो लड्डू खाएगी.
आप इतना इजी, यू आर मेकिंग इट साउंड सो इजी. इतना इजी है नहीं कि आप कॉम्पिटिशंस भी जीत रहे हो.
हाँ.
आप कारगिल विजय दिवस 2025 में जाके वहाँ जवानों को भी खाना खिला रहे हो, तो
नहीं
जल्दी
वो
सक्सेस
नहीं. एक गृहिणी, अभी मुझे होटल मैनेजमेंट में जो सिखाया है वो मुझे मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन मैंने जो घर में सीखा है 20-25 साल में, जब से शादी हुई है तब से मैंने जो सीखा है वो होटल मैनेजमेंट में तो मैंने नहीं सीखा. वो मेरे हाथ का तो कुछ तो जादू रहेगा, तो वो सब हम उसमें मिला के बनाते हैं तो उतना टेस्टी हो जाएगा. और अब जो बोला कि वो कंपटीशन जीत रहे हैं, तो ऐसे ही वो मेरा पैशन है. कुकिंग इज माय पैशन. सो उसकी वजह से उसमें भी हमने, अब आप बिलीव नहीं करेंगे, मिलेट से मैंने आइसक्रीम बनाया है. तो मिलेट का आइसक्रीम मैंने कंपटीशन में वो जीत लिया है. मैंने मिलेट से चीज बॉल बनाया है. सब बोलते हैं अरे मिलेट से कैसे आप बना सकते हैं. हाँ, मैंने 100% मिलेट से चीज बॉल बनाया है, मिलेट से आइसक्रीम बनाया है. यू टेल मी द
सबसे चैलेंजिंग कौन सा रेसिपी था जिसको बार बार ट्राई करना पड़ा? इट टुक अ व्हाइल
हाँ,
बिफोर
वो अभी तक है. वो मैंने ब्रेड का,
ब्रेड.
हाँ,
अच्छा,
ब्रेड पिज्जा. हाँ, अभी आजकल के बच्चों को तो यही चाहिए ना, यही चाहिए. तो उसमें भी हम हेल्दी दे सकते हैं. तो अभी चैलेंजिंग मेरे लिए है ब्रेड एंड पिज्जा.
तो अगर मिलेट, you have such a healthy diet since the beginning, you're not going to need to go and visit a doctor. So from traditional foods to traditional healthcare, I think we're going in a complete circle, completing the circle here. Dr. Sujata, tell us a little bit about the future of Ayurveda. We've been talking about tech, innovation, times are changing constantly, new technologies coming in, it's benefiting some, it's giving a headache to others. Where does Ayurveda stand in all this? How is it looking at changing times and times changing so rapidly, in fact?
Yes. Actually, everyone has to change according to time. So Ayurveda again has to change. Then only the people will adapt that system of medicine. So we are integrating with digital, we are integrating the digital transformation also. We are doing it. HMIS system we are adopting. Then many AI-based tools we are developing, like the development of kiosk, like that can analyze the prakriti of a constitution of an individual, and that can advise you how your constitution is, the composition of Vata, Pitta and Kapha, and what kind of diet is suitable for you, or what kind of lifestyle you should adopt. That kiosk will tell. So those instruments and AI tools we are developing in, and that we can use in the Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is also changing, no doubt about it.
Ayurveda is changing, but so are people's questions. In fact, I was reading somebody's, the article the other day and pointed to two different opinions on one particular Ayurveda website. And I didn't want to digress, but since you were talking about foods, this was spoken for curds. Now, a lot of health professionals here are going to be like, we know this and this is basics. But for all those who are not aware, tell us about something like curd, for instance. Ayurveda says in as many words that it's good for your gut health, that it improves digestion, and that's what all of us have learned over the years. But there are those who practice Ayurveda who also come out to say that it leads to bloating or leads to indigestion. That creates a little bit of ambiguity. So how do you address those questions?
Again, Ayurveda is very, very, very personalized kind of thing. Actually, the curd is not recommended at the night. You should not eat. Ayurveda recommends for good health, good gut health, it recommends buttermilk rather than the curd. And the curd is not taking alone. You should add meshri or sandhav or amla in it. So it will not harm you. So it is not, Ayurveda is not discouraging for eating the curd, but there are certain ways. Because alone curd is, in Ayurveda we say that it is abhishani. That means it is having the salt and water retention capacity in the body. So it is going to harm. So if the kapha people eat daily curd, they are going to suffer with the kapha diseases. So that is again the personalized kind of thing.
And it's called the science of life for a reason, after all. Dr. Bala, you've been speaking of a very interesting concept of this balance that you're attempting to draw, of a blend of modern tech and traditional Ayurveda, for instance. Now, when and how do people approach it? In the sense, for anyone who's practicing this model of healthcare that you're working on, for those who are, let's say, at the beginning of, going through some sort of treatment for a certain illness, vis-a-vis those with chronic diseases, for instance, how does it differ? How does your healthcare model differ for those people, these two separate categories?
Yeah, great question. We strongly believe that the future of medicine is no medicine, right? If you can prevent people from taking a lot of medication, which is what we are doing, right? My mother takes 20 medication, my father takes 15 medication, and I can also see my future, if we go in the same trajectory. So the two categories you have mentioned, one we call keeping people healthy. That means diagnose conditions at an early stage, understand your unique expression of the disease. As Dr. Sujata told, we use, in modern medicine, we tend to use a generalized terms, right? Diabetes, we use a single description. The cause of the diabetes is not described. Only the effect in terms of the high sugar level happens, is only described, right? our kids eat a lot of chocolates, they don't get diabetes. So one of the things that we look at when we talk about keeping people healthy is understanding your unique constitution and tailoring Ayurveda recommendations, not just giving medicines, right? It's the diet that you take. It's also the lifestyle in terms of the yoga and meditation, blending these three to prevent them from getting into a disease. Okay? And for people who are suffering from chronic diseases like diabetes, right? Let me just take a poll, right? How many of your parents or siblings or any family members suffer from diabetes? Okay, so we invest close
Almost
to
half.
Almost half. So as with all the latest advances, latest modern technology, $70 billion is spent on managing diabetes. And how many of them got cured after going through a treatment? 0, right? 1. Okay, so you must have done something right. You should tell us. So,
Or maybe it was a blend of what you're trying to do.
sure.
But okay.
Yes, I think the important thing is whatever we are doing right now is not working because we are not addressing the root cause. We are simply putting a band-aid on the symptom, and we are happy that yes, the sugar level is controlled, and the conventional approach is to keep taking medicines to keep them under control, right? But what is the purpose of any medicinal system is to cure them of a disease. And that is where I think the blend of modern advances and Ayurveda can work, because one works on a different pathway in terms of reducing the symptom severity. That is also important. If I'm suffering from pain, right, I need to take paracetamol to reduce the pain instantly. But it's also important to address the root cause why we are getting a disease. And at least from my understanding and work with Ayurveda, Ayurveda has great potential to address the root cause of the disease. And I'm a great example of that, if done correctly. Right? So this is how we look at it. And to reduce the number of medicines that we are taking if you are a chronic disease patient.
Ayurveda also, Dr. Sujata, has a very interesting concept of how it all began thousands of years ago when people were actually fetching for fresh food. There was no greed, there was no nothing doing. So, you were opting for the healthiest food. You would pluck your fruit, you would eat it right away. How one thing led to the other, and that eventually has led to the lifestyle problem that we're all perhaps dealing with. That's all the time we had. Thank you so much. It was such a wonderful conversation. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Dr. Bala. Thank you. Can you stay back for the mementos, please? And now let's widen the lens a little bit. Healthcare is not just about treatment. It's about discovery. It's about innovation and how life sciences are being reimagined in this digital age. Our next discussion is exactly that, life sciences in the digital era. How is technology reshaping the way we discover, diagnose, and deliver? To guide this conversation, please welcome back Ekta Batra, and joining her for this session are Dr. Kedar Raikar, State Nodal Officer, ABDM Goa. Also Dr. Audambar Netalkar, Consultant Neurosurgeon, Manipal Hospitals Goa is with us. Dr. Gautam Wankhede, Director Medical Affairs, Biolab Discovery Solutions Private Limited. And Dr. R.P. Srivastava, former President of the Association of Surgeons of India, and Dr. B.C. Roy Awardee.
Well, this is an interesting topic, and it pretty much extends from the earlier conversation that we had with Dr. Pandekar as well. So I'm just going to kick off by asking you, Dr. Raikar, because, we are talking about an age where digital health is actually a priority now, artificial intelligence in different forms and manners in medicine, whether it's surgery, whether it's diagnostics, it's sort of omnipresent at this point. What has your experience been from a government perspective when it comes to artificial intelligence and healthcare?
Thank you for inviting me. Goa is one of the innovative states with regards to the artificial intelligence and digital health. The fewer initiatives which government of Goa has taken is about integrating ABDM, that is Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission and HMIS in the public health sector. As you initially mentioned, Goa was the first state in the public health sector, and that too in primary health center Kholim, we had initiated this program wherein we had demonstrated HMIS at the level of primary health care. So with regards to ABDM and HMIS, it's beneficial for win-win situation for the patient, the caregiver, and the caretaker also. The patients, yes, definitely. With regards to HMIS, we have seen patients at the primary health care. We have got around 10,000, 12,000 patients. Data is already gone digital. The retrospective data the patients can retrieve. In case a patient is getting referred to the higher centers with regards to the cross referrals, the patients again gets benefited at that level. With regards to the state level and these things, as a policymaker, we know in which direction we are going. What's the trend of diseases which we are looking at, and what interventions are required at what level. So that is one of the things. Our Honorable Health Minister, has taken few of the initiatives with regards to other initiatives which we have taken, which was one of them was STEMI. That is the heart attack project, wherein we have got a patient coming to a primary health care. That is one of the examples which the whole of the nation is looking at, and many of the states are replicating this project.
Can you tell us more about this?
Yes, with regards to STEMI, we started in the year 2018 across 20 health facilities at the primary health care. Goa has got a coastline of around 3,000 odd, and we have got around 25 primary health centers, rural medical dispensaries, CHCs. But starting a patient treatment at the PHC level with regards to a patient who is having heart attack comes to a PHC. Once the patient comes to a PHC, there's something called tele-ECG, wherein electronically and to digital system, the report goes to the central base, which is based in Bangalore. And again, within a minute, we get a report whether the patient is having a heart attack or a MI, that is ST elevation MI. Within a minute, we thrombolize. One of the best initiatives which Goa government is doing is we are spending around 34 to 35,000 for a drug which is called tenecteplase or retiplase at the level of PHC. And once the patient has been stabilized, we refer the patients to the hub center. It could be a JMC or any of the private hospital which has got a DDSY scheme. And the patient is further interventions with regards to PCI intervention has been taken care. So many of the states at the national level, at the ministry level, had visited to Goa. And this is getting replicated at a national level.
Okay, so just on this cardiac project that you spoke about, if you could just give us a sense in terms of how successful has it been? How much have cardiac cases fallen by, or with regards to this early intervention,
Yes.
or the fatality or mortality rate?
Yes. So we started this in 2008, I mentioned. And for last, say, 5 or 6 years, we have thrombolized more than 5,500 patients at the PHC level. So you can imagine how many lives have been survived over the last 5 to 7 years. So 5,500 is a big number at the PHC level. And so further on evaluation, basically life-saving technology is used at the PHC level, which is getting replicated at the national level.
Okay, and the primary care center that you all have set up, how exactly does that work?
It's the same model all across India, wherein any of the patients which comes to a PHC level, we have got a tele-ECG machine at the level of PHC. When the patient walks with any chest discomfort, the MBBS doctors or the staff nurse takes the ECG. Once the ECG is taken, the ECG is sent to a central base command center wherein it is read. And again, the same ECG goes to GMC when the cardiologist reads. So there's a double check which happens whether the patient is having myocardial infarction or a heart attack. Once that is done, the patient is immediately, injections are given at the level of PHC, and we have got advanced life support ambulances which are present at the level of PHC. That's how we transfer the patient to GMC for further evaluation and management.
And this is all being read by a machine in Bangalore in terms of the accuracy?
it is read by the machines, the normal reports are discarded, and it is cross-checked at the higher levels by the cardiologist or the other doctors who can read the ECGs. And then immediately in a minute, the report has been submitted to the respective health centers.
Okay, all right. Dr. Srivastav, you're in the thick of things. Give us a sense in terms of how much artificial intelligence has helped in terms of early intervention when it comes to when it comes to cardiac events, when it comes to strokes, when it comes to early diagnosis.
So, Ekta, thank you very much. I owe my allegiance to CNN-News18 and this conclave earshot and my friends in the audience. It is a wrong question to a surgeon. But however, I will try to simplify it. A surgeon talking about cardiological intervention is like, as he has said, my previous speaker told, the interpretation of the cardiological parameters are the basis of treating the cardiac cases. And interpretation, as he said, that the normal reports are discarded then and there. And the abnormality in the reports are taken to a higher level, maybe a referral center. And then from there starts the ball rolling, and it goes to the specialist, and then the specialist keep caring, and thrombolization at a primary level. I congratulate you and feel envious because I come from Jharkhand and the facilities are too meager. The population is as much as 3.3 crores compared to the Goa's population, although we are the richest mineral state in the country, but not to say our public, our fellow state citizens, they are suffering a lot. But we will take a clue from your cardiac program, and this is what I have to say as a generalist for the cardiac cases, and you will be more particular for the surgical issues, then I'll be more
Yes, I'll get to that. I want to know your experience in terms of surgery, because we already had Dr. Bandekar talk about a lot of
He
success.
simplified our life. And your discussion with him already has made our lives, the later speakers who are from the surgical fraternity, a very comfortable one. So in surgery, you have already mentioned about robotic surgery. First thing, Ekta, I'm very particular about coining the words. So whenever it comes to robotic or laparoscopic, I mean adjectives, I always hate it. A surgeon can be a laparoscopy surgeon because he or she uses laparoscopy tools to do the surgery. So, and similarly, robotic surgery itself tells that, okay, the surgery is being done by the robo. It is robo-assisted surgery. The surgeon is still there in the helm of affairs. And surgeon may be sitting on the console, and his arms will be the robo arms in the operation theater, and he's monitoring, he's maneuvering from his console. So it is a robo-assisted surgery. The first thing I like my friends in the crowd to share and dissipate this concept that it is not robotic surgery, it is a robo-assisted surgery. And
Will it ever be a robotic surgery?
Will
it ever be an entirely robotic surgery?
Entirely robotic surgery is a dream, is an imagination. It is there, but tell me, Ekta, if it comes to me, and if it says that, okay, you will be operated by a surgeon sitting across all the 7 seas, and he will be operating you through the internet connection and the robo, I'll be the first person to say no. Because we need a human touch. So unless until there is a human person, human being on the console in near vicinity, I don't think I'm going to subject myself, or even I will advise you not to subject yourself to machine surgery. It is just like that Tesla came, automated car. I was in US, and then I was taking a stock of the situation. How many of you, I just asked erratically, how many of you want to be driven in the Tesla auto-driven? In the crowd, people said, hardly 5 to 10% people said, okay, I'll take a chance. They said the statement, I'll take a chance. So in surgery, my friends will agree, and my friends in the crowd will also agree, you don't take a chance. it is this way or the other way around?
Sure. Dr. Netalkar, I'm going to toss that over to you, considering that you're in neurosurgery. So give us a sense in terms of artificial intelligence used within that field and in your practice as well.
Yeah, thanks very much for calling me. As far as the artificial intelligence concerned, all over India, it's very infantile stages as such. Just using robo and VR or AR assisted technique is not much of artificial intelligence where the people are benefited. Ground level people will be benefited if there is a diagnosis which is done quickly and in rural areas, particularly in India. And how this totally is possible only if you are digitizing the data. We have absolutely close to zero digitization of the data in most of the government hospitals. There is about 20 to 30% of digitization happening in the private hospital. When I was in UK, it was in 2000, the digitization has started. In Hinduja, PD Hinduja, it started in 91, 92. So this digitization is absolutely important for putting all the data together.
That's where it can really help. But in neurosurgery specifically, how is artificial intelligence helping? Is it a part of the surgeon's table?
Absolutely. Neurosurgery is the number one branch where it can help, and it has helped all over the world. I'm not talking of India, but the rest of the world. Neurosurgery, we need to approach, first of all, brain is hardly a small organ, and in that a small tumor, you can be lost. The artificial intelligence can exactly tell you which way to go, how to go, and it will tell you if there are vessels behind the tumor which you cannot see. So if you pull on the tumor and there's a vessel going to your language area, language will be gone that very moment. So in neurosurgery particularly, lot of digital evolution has happened in the last 10 years, and it has really revolutionized neurosurgery.
Is it being used in India?
It has been, India is last 2-3 years, there is a government backing. There are about 10,500 crores sanctioned, and out of which 300 CR has gone to All India Institute. HCPGI Lucknow is the premier institute where even I talked to the director there yesterday, he wasn't aware of much. So it is a very, very beginning stage, and it will take not less than 10 to 15 years going forward for much things to happen.
What is the accuracy outcome when it comes to using artificial intelligence in neurosurgery?
As in anything, accuracy will come only with a correct input that is given to the computer. If you put junk in, you will get the junk out. Okay? So our data input has to be very, very reliable. Otherwise, going into one area, you will go within a millimeter. If you deviate in brain, you will go into a disaster. So that is where accuracy of the data, with the data accuracy, it is almost 100%. Like a surgeon, maybe 60%, this will be 100%. Yeah, like a CT, MRI, now it takes not more than 3 seconds for CT, MRI to give you the full report, and including your history, past history, and prognostication, whether you need surgery or you can be treated conservatively. That much is the advance in neurosurgery. Okay. It can predict the intracranial pressure, whether it will go up in next half an hour or 45 minutes. You can ask the operation theater to be ready. As there are some neurologists here, it is of great help in stroke prevention. If you are whether to do thrombectomy or TPA, or only TPA, it will tell you 1 hour in advance whether this particular infarct needs to be operated, done TPA or thrombectomy, what are the results, whether there is a transient ischemic attack, developing stroke, whether it needs anticoagulation or not. All that will be told by the...
So in a way, it actually gives relief to patients or prospective patients that say, for example, God forbid, somebody does have a brain tumor, it used to almost be a death sentence earlier. But with artificial intelligence, there is almost there's a chance of 100% successful outcome. And hence, training is possibly the only, hurdle we need to get through.
Yeah, as I told you, the training in all surgical branches, 80% should be basic training. You do not go to a medical college to get trained into the robotics. Robotics is highly advanced. You must be able to operate any patient without help of any of this, because anything can go wrong anywhere, as we know. Electronic data can be unreliable and failures of machine can happen. So 80 to 90% training should be finished in your training area, and maybe 10-15% you polish yourself with robotics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Vankadev, you have my lab rather has been really put on the Indian map because of your advancement during COVID, where you all made the indigenous COVID test, and that too in the span of 6 weeks. If you had to make that test today in the span of 6 weeks, how will artificial intelligence aid as compared to 2020?
Good evening. First of all, thanks for the invite. I think that's a wonderful question. 5 years seems like a small time, but the way AI has evolved, especially in diagnostics, I think it's much more faster as compared to maybe interventional surgery and other things. The reason for that being, diagnostics is something which needs to be decentralized. It needs to go to the rural areas as soon as possible. Now, if we had to make, coming back to your question, if we had to make the same test now, I will put a lot of things like, reading the test automatically. At that point of time, we required a molecular biologist to read the graph, to see the PCR curve, whether it was beyond a certain limit. I think within a matter of not even 5 years, within a year of that, we had wonderful tools which were able to tell what is your, level of COVID, what is the trend of COVID, and all that developed within 1 or 2 years. So yes, if we were to develop that test now, it will be much more easier, much more faster to interpret, and digitally connected. So authorities will get to know the results straight away.
What are you all doing today when it comes to artificial intelligence? What's your pipeline of products and how are you all using it?
So something very interesting happened right during the COVID phase. So apart from the PCR test that we developed, we also developed the COVID self-antigen test by the name of COVID-Self, if you heard about that. Now, one major challenge that we were getting from the authorities, from the regulatory bodies was, how does a patient or a person himself interpret that test? And that was perhaps the first time we used artificial intelligence in diagnosis. So a person could click a photo of that rapid test, and the phone with the app inside it could interpret the result. In fact, we took it one level further. In fact, ICMR took it one level further, wherein the result was automatically then pushed to the ICMR portal. And a very interesting episode that came out of that was when our software team was developing this, and first time when we connected our test kit to ICMR portal, he was testing it in the office. He just clicked a photo. Within a minute, he got a call from the local district hospital saying that someone is positive in that region. So ask that person to quarantine himself or herself. So that is the power of AI and digital connectivity. So yeah, that's how we've evolved.
So COVID, thankfully, is over, and hopefully we don't see a repeat of it. Say we are talking about a world without COVID. How exactly are the two coming together now in terms of home testing as well as artificial intelligence? Is it being used for other diseases, other comorbidities?
Yes, so home testing is growing fast. In fact, US FDA has been fairly lenient. It's a very stringent body, but it has approved certain home testing kit even for critical tests like HIV, hepatitis. So people can then use saliva or even blood and do the way testing is done for glucose at home. As far as other things is concerned, one place where artificial intelligence has grown leaps and bounds is diagnostic radiology. So I'm not saying they're completely ruling out the need of a radiologist, but a lot of inputs, a lot of result interpretation can be done with the help of AI. In fact, Goa has been leading this sir would know that, by having the cancer screening done using AI. That's an amazing step. So that's how AI is growing. So we're trying to decentralize, offer the same test which was only available to, a primary, in the tertiary centers. Now the same tests can be done even in rural areas and at home as well.
Okay. Just a quick question, and I asked Dr. Bandekar that as well, that if in case there is a conundrum where a radiologist has a differing opinion from what the artificial intelligence interpretation of a particular scan or biopsy or whatever it is, what would consensus go with? Whereas, the human consensus is not a part of it. It's just what would consensus go with in that?
I would still stay, as a doctor, I would still back the radiologist, because ultimately what the machine or the software is telling us is based on the data we've given it. So we've maybe given it 100,000 different types of radiologies, and based on that it has come out with an algorithm. But nothing can actually replace the actual human correlating it with, even the position of the patient, the clinical history of the patient, and giving you a result.
So are we talking about this kind of backing even 10 to 15 years down the line, where artificial intelligence will probably be even more integrated into medicine?
Definitely. So as and when we get more data, we get more confidence, some things may be completely off the list of a doctor's to-do job on a daily basis. But to begin with, let's take it one step at a time. Let's take the easier things first, and probably something more complicated can come in later.
Okay. I just want to acknowledge that the Health Minister has now kindly joined us in this event. Thank you, sir, for joining in. Well, if we could just continue, and I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Raikar, because we are talking about the initiatives that the Goa government has undertaken when it comes to health, and we do have the Health Minister with us as well, the Honorable Health Minister. Dr. Raikar, give us a sense in terms of how the government is undertaking initiatives when it comes to oncology, and how is that sort of helping in terms of preventive testing, because India actually has one of the largest oncology burdens in the world right now.
Yeah. We have a Honorable Health Minister here. Because of his initiatives, we have got a lot of innovations in the state of Goa. With regards to your oncology question, yeah, on an average, Goa looks at a number of around 1,500 cases of cancers in Goa. It could be cervical, oral. As per the ministry's guidelines, we have to do screening for oral, breast and cervical cancer. But a couple of initiatives which our Honorable Health Minister has brought in Goa is, one is breast cancer screening, wherein iBreast machine is used at the level of community level. It's not even at the primary health center level. Once you go to any village or a community, we have got a small handheld device wherein we can go in the field and do the iBreast screening. And again, it's connected to the cloud, and where within, say, 2 to 3 minutes, we get the report. It could be suspected tumor or any other lump in this, and then further evaluation of management of patients can happen. So till now, we have done around 177,000 or 78,000. And in the field, in the village level, at the grassroots level, we have diagnosed around 77 breast cancer positives, and then the patient has been taken up the higher centers. Second initiative which Sir has again taken up in Goa is about the lung cancer screening, which is again the initiatives by the government of Goa, wherein a patient is at the primary health center level. Most of the health facilities have got digital x-rays. Once the digital x-rays are connected to again a AI-based system, that is QRI, which is again in partnership with QRI and AstraZeneca, these patients are screened, and then once in case there is some high density lymph nodes or anything that can be identified for the patients are referred. So through this mechanism, we have diagnosed around 7 lung cancer patients in Goa at the level of primary health centers. Wow. That's another initiative, and I think we should definitely applaud, because this is why all the initiatives done by the Honorable Health Minister.
Absolutely. Well, on that positive note, thank you, gentlemen, for joining in and giving us your perspective on how the digital era is moving forward when it comes to healthcare.
Ekta, I think before we conclude,
Sure.
AI should be pushed in more for the curricula.
Sure.
The AI has to be the challenge given to the National Medical Commission and the medical curricula, because unless until the students, the young minds are trained in AI, we are not going to reap the harvest.
Sure. Absolutely. That point is taken. Thank you very much for joining in. Kindly ask you to just stay on the stage as we will give out some mementos.
Well, we now move into a discussion that sounds like science fiction, but is already becoming a science fact. From smart implants that monitor patients in real time, to 3D bioprinting of tissues, to next-gen medical devices that are reshaping surgery and recovery. This is where technology is taking healthcare. To unpack it all, may I invite Toya Singh to the stage, and joining her for the discussion are Dr. Shekhar Salkar, Consultant Surgical Oncology, Manipal Hospital, and Dr. Ameya Velinkar, Joint Replacement and Orthopedic Surgeon, Bone and Joint Care, Goa.
We'll give everyone a moment. All right, good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for staying with us. And our next discussion is actually going to take what you heard. All right, everything, we're off to an excellent start. But no, our next discussion is going to take the conversation so far a little further. We're going to talk about technology, but we're also going to ask you to talk a little bit about the philosophical problems that come with AI. And we're going to delve a little deeper to robotics and the philosophical problems that come with that too. So Dr. Meya, let's start with you. Yeah. You have been a pioneer of AR, so augmented reality, and robotics in the last few years. And before we go ahead and ask you deeper questions, if you could just tell our audience a little bit about what pioneering robotics has actually looked like. So what I want to understand is, what are some of the questions patients have? That basic trust where they're like, we want Dr. Meya, we don't want that robotics equipment doing anything. Does that still happen to you? Has anything changed?
Yeah. So thanks a lot first to have a talk here. So I have started doing robotics from the last year. And today in my practice, if you ask that question, sir, do you want... if I ask my patient that, do you want a robotic or you want me to do it? Most of the patients says, sir, do what is best in your hands.
Okay.
As far as AI, I was hearing to the many other talks also. The surgeon's sharpest tool is his presence of mind. It is not AI, it is not robotics. Third thing is, understand the robotics into joint replacement. It's a machine which can mill a bone for a precise implant to be fitted on it. We should not get confused to humanoid robots, okay, which probably Tesla will come very soon. But at present, the robots don't give an incision. They don't dissect a soft tissue. They don't cause any decrease in the bleeding. It only mills the bone for that particular company's implant to fit their best. If I look at it 1 year down the line using robotic, I'm not buying a robo. I am selling myself to the company who has made the robo, because once I buy a huge investment robo, I'm supposed to do it for the next 5 years to recover the cost. So like Wallis will make a perfect robo to fit a Johnson & Johnson knee. Rosa will do it for a Zimmer. And there are Mako comes with Stryker. So each company has come out with a robo. In the other word, they have come with a milling device which will make the bone fit their implants perfectly. Robo does not do cementing. See, mind you, the longevity of the implant depends on the cementing. The interface between the implant and the bone is by a cement mantle. Cementing is still done by the surgeon, by his usual skills. Alignment can be helped with a robo, but we are in India, a country where cost and finances is a big constraint. If you want to get healthcare to rural areas, and if you see, we are in Goa. Goa, the healthcare is fantastic, thanks to our HM, who has really got healthcare sector to a next level, truly, because I have even seen the super specialty block. It's fantastic. But if you're looking at many rural areas in Maharashtra and Karnataka, and if you want healthcare to come to those, all these people will build a stronger India, not so small state like Goa. So if you're looking at healthcare to a general public, it is AR, that's augmented reality.
So explain to us very quickly before we go ahead and before we go over to Dr. Shekhar. We all know what augmented reality is as a concept, but here, what's the application?
So, in a joint replacement, augmented reality is just like your Vision Pro goggles, or it is Microsoft has come with also a tool, or which I use is Pixie, it's a French company. Basically, by wearing the goggle, I can come to know the mechanical axis. So when I'm doing a knee replacement, I know where the center of rotation of the hip is. I know where the center of rotation of the ankle is. So I am able to precisely put the knee in the mechanical axis of the leg in all its angles. Okay? So that is what improves implant longevity. Okay? Now second thing is what is being sold about robotics is it's a perfect alignment. Our god of joint replacement, Sir Insal, or Ranawat, Chit Ranawat, who operated our ex-Prime Minister Vajpayee, always said 1 to 2 degrees of malalignment of the implants does not decrease the longevity of the implant. So we are trying to buy an equipment, trying to be 1 or 2 degrees to prevent this 1 or 2 degrees. However, mind you, Robo cannot see a leg. Robo can only see the electrodes of the stylus. And it tells you, mark the medial malleolus, I mark it. Mark the tibial tuberosity. There is no specification of which part of medial malleolus, the most anterior part or the most posterior part, not been specified. Now, when the landmarks which you're marking is not specified, how can you expect the robo to give a perfect image? When we see the traditional jigs made by Insal and Ranawat to be within 1% of the outliers, now we are saying robotic has to be perfect, when a robo cannot see it.
Okay.
When humanoid robots will come, yes, probably medicine will go to a next level.
So this is, today in the future is what I want to take now to Dr. Shekhar. Doctor, coming to you a little bit here now. Let's talk about AI. And I want to understand from you the biggest question that has been the sort of philosophical question of the current ages is this question of, would you trust your AI doctor? If one went to AI, ChatGPT is not the best example, but I feel like we've all used ChatGPT to do a version of this. And you go and say something to it, and it gives you an answer. A version of this could potentially be seen in clinics, in hospitals, but it raises some questions. Where does the blame go being number one? If you're wrongly diagnosed, do you blame the AI? Do you blame the doctor? Do you blame the hospital? How do you think through this?
You always blame the surgeon.
Okay.
See, medico-legally, you cannot blame the robot. Medico-legally, the doctor is responsible for the welfare of the patient. Nobody else is responsible for that. Not the company, not everybody. Hospital will get because it depends on which hospital is there, the finances will be more. The cost will be.
So
but otherwise, it is the patient and the surgeon. It is in between the two. Machine comes as just helping me hand. It's just helping me to do little bit better, or as he says, maybe 1% better, to put it in his words.
So we were actually, before we came on the stage in front of you today, we both discussed in quite a bit of depth, and you were very AI positive, and it was wonderful to hear a doctor be so positive around AI. But I do want to understand, For you, when you look at its application in the day-to-day, in the healthcare system as it stands in India, what do you see as the immediate challenges and where do you think adaptation will happen very quickly?
The challenges are only financial. I think whatever you said and done, the innovations have really helped. And it has helped to a very big extent, right? From the radio diagnosis to the pathologists to the even getting your HMS system full in place, writing papers, collecting data, because in the end the data is very important. Because if you don't have proper data, you will not give what things is better for the patient. The data is important. So evidence-based medicine is all data. So data collection, writing papers also it is helping now, AI and all. So, it's much better, to write easily the papers and all. But in the end, it is surgeon has to decide what is best for his patient. I want to use the robotic surgery. I want to do it myself. In the end, it depends on the financials of the patient. How much financials, patient can afford. Because we have now this, as sir has rightly said, that it is financial because we in Goa, we are lucky to have health minister like this. He has actually I am in a Manipal hospital, but I can straight say his competition is with the Goa Medical College. We are not competing with the other hospitals. Private hospital has to compete with the Goa Medical College. So you can imagine our state of affairs. So that is a big honor for our system because actually I don't know how many are there from outside Goa here. You must go to each primary health center, CSC, PSC, sub-center level. He is planning to buy, you can do the blood test by just a simple one prick. So he has gone very far because he's what you call his passion is health. That's why he's doing. He's not like just a minister, but his passion is health. The second important part is the patient, what he wants and how much he can afford. We have a DDSY, this scheme here, not the other schemes of Ayushman. We have a DDSY where upgradation is allowed. So you get a substantial amount by the government pays you. So even if you want to do a robotic surgery which costs maybe around 3.5 lakh, government pays you around 1.5 lakh. So it becomes lesser for the patient. So even for every patient, affording patient also gets this subsidy. So
let me ask you, Doctor, one of the issues when it comes to, because our country nationally too has incredible schemes for citizens, but sometimes the issue lies in just citizens not knowing, even though much has been done to bridge the gap. When we talk about last mile, there still remain some questions. Let me go over to Dr. Maya to ask exactly this, or a version of this rather. When it comes to your actual implementation, so we've talked a little bit about robotics and how you are pioneering it. But I want to understand when you're either talking about equipment going to a different hospital or you're talking to patients and you're trying to tell them that this is something you should use, this is something you should trust. What are the issues you're still coming by again and again in implementation beyond cost? Because you talked about expensive machines as problem number one.
See, first of all, whenever like in our orthopedic implants, we are not talking about robots like Da Vinci's robots, which are open robots, which can do any surgery as you program it, which is controlled by the surgeon.
Very controlled, yeah.
Within the console. That's a different level of robotics. We are talking about robotics in joint replacement are just milling devices, which will make an implant fit better. Now, it's all the patient's choice. Now, when I ask my patient, some patient will have a perception, sir, I want Johnson & Johnson. Some will say, no, sir, I want Smith & Nephew. Now, if I have a robo of a particular company, I have no options. My robo is Johnson. It will fit a Johnson. That's it. Okay. Now, cutting of the bone in a joint replacement roughly takes around 8 to 10 minutes. Now, this cutting part of the TKR is spread over 20-30 minutes by a robo to analyze the bone, everything, and start cutting. Okay. So, now, especially augmented reality, I go with those goggles in any hospital. Tomorrow, there is a nice hospital of Deen Dayal which is being constructed, quite in the remote. I can go there and do an augmented reality. I can go to my neighboring hospital and do it. Whereas in a robo, you have to tell the patient, you have to come to this hospital if you want this particular joint to be done. So believe me, when you are buying a robo, you should understand that for the next 5 years at least to recover the cost, I have to be married to that company. Okay? But if my patient says that, sir, I am very happy with Attune. Can you do Attune? I have a robo of Zimmer. I say, no, sir, my robo will only do. So, in fact, I'm making a surgeon more handicapped by using a robo. I would go by the traditional cuts. I would, in certain cases where there is an implant in the femur or there is a plate above, where my traditional jigs will not work, I will use AR, augmented reality. Apple is very soon coming out with it. In fact, the Apple Vision Pro has already started researching on augmented reality. There is Microsoft who is already half into it, and Pixie has already come out, which is revolutionizing not only in ortho, but it is also done in neuro navigation. It has also done in general surgery, even in a cardiac surgery, where augmented reality, exactly you can rotate your heart in the space and see which vessel is blocked. So when a surgeon gets the freedom, price is fraction of that of a robotic. Okay, and robotic is not still for India, because we are, though developing nation, we have limited resources which we can use, and I feel the resources has to be spread throughout the India in all the states,
Right.
not one state. Okay, for that we need to work on the cheaper medical this without compromising the patient safety. AR, I've been using it now for the last 6 months. Excellent results, a good alignment. Why to go for a robotic? Now, AI has a role in diagnostics, okay, because AI can calculate things very fast, especially in a rural countries, like, you go to peripheries like Malvan and Sindhudurg, where there are no proper pathologists. You cannot get a doctor there to settle, because he'll say that, why will I settle in a village? So in those places, AI will definitely work, because if the reports are sent to AI, AI basically calculates various books for references and will give you the reports with the referrals down that I have quoted. Like, you use a Meta, you will get the same thing, that this data has been bought up from 5 articles. So AI will work for diagnostics. Though yes, it can make an error, even Meta makes an error, but the possibility of error is very less, and which is acceptable, because in a rural health center, sometimes there is nothing to support the patient's health.
So, Doctor, we just have a minute left, and so I want to come to Dr. Shekhar to ask him something connected to what you were saying. You've already talked about the world that you want, the India that you want to see. And I want to come to you and ask you, you're an oncologist, we haven't touched on that till now. But when I asked you your dream use case, you said that in cancer, AI needs to be used so that people can come to know way before time that their cancer has resurfaced. That was your dream use case. Can you elaborate?
There are 3 things which I want to, I think the AI should help in future, is early diagnosis, which I think he has said that there are some machines, but they are not the best machines, but you have to take the machine. But suppose we have an app, or when you do a sugar, they are putting a just chip here. Like that, if you put a chip, and in your blood you can mark some circulating T cells, our tumor cells are there. You know that well in advance that this patient is going to come to me with cancer. It's costly, but this is my thought. 1, early diagnosis. Second is, suppose I have operated already a patient, and I want to know she's staying around 100 kilometers away. Every time, 3 months she has to come and see me again. Is some app I can develop, or some instrument which can put inside her body to know that there is something wrong is going on with her. And the last, I think, in or oncology, is hair loss for the ladies. With all chemotherapies, everybody is worried is only about the hair loss. If AI can replace that hair loss, I think I will give salute to that.
Okay, all right. Doctor, thank you. Dr. Maya, thank you. All right, I'm just going to ask both of you to stay here for a second. No, we can stand. We're just going to...
Okay, well, we've heard so much already from the esteemed doctors about AI for diagnostics, for treatment. We've heard about telemedicine for rural access. But one thing we've heard all of them say is that AI cannot replace doctors. So That's one opinion that we've heard out loud time and again. Let's move on with that, on that note, to a very special session. One that's close to home here in Goa, but with a vision that reaches across Bharat. It's about leadership, innovation, how a state can set the pace for national healthcare transformation. Before we begin, let's take a look at the short audio visual.
The future of healthcare is here. From artificial intelligence and digital health IDs to telemedicine and next-gen devices, India is rewriting the rules of healthcare, and Goa is leading the change. At the heart of driving this transformation from the front is Goa's Honorable Minister for Health, Urban Development, Town and Country Planning, Forest and Women and Child Development, Shri Vishwajit Rane. With his bold vision and relentless drive, Goa has become one of the first states to introduce advanced health technologies, strengthening rural health centers, building world-class medical infrastructure, and ensuring that every patient, whether in the city or in the most remote village, has access to quality and affordable medical care. This is leadership in action. This is innovation with purpose.
Well, the man of the moment is here already, and to take forward this all-important conversation, I'd like to invite Rahul Shivshankar on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the leader driving this transformation on the ground, Honorable Health Minister of Goa, Shri Vishwajit Rane.
Wonderful to be here this evening, and thank you for all making the time. And thank you, Minister, for speaking to us. You yourself have transformed. I saw that video. You're leading the healthy life. You seem to have cut down your weight and taken to heart everything that you're preaching. Tell us a little bit about that transformation before we get to the big story.
Transformation is very important, because I think if you have to live longer, I think when you look at yourself and you feel ashamed when you go to buy some clothes and you find yourself totally not in a proportion, I think then it makes you very conscious, and you want to look good, you want to wear good clothes, you don't want to go to a shop where people tell you that this size, now you're moved from medium to large. So it's always good to, have a good quality of life, and I think a lot of discipline. So I think you saw the transformation happening on...
Yeah, it's the worst thing when you go to a dentist and you suddenly see him or her with the worst teeth in the world, or you go to a nutritionist who's, not quite proportioned, and then they sort of give you this whole diet and say you follow it, and I'm like, okay, I wonder why this person is not preaching, to themselves. Well, anyhow, it's a great moment because Goa is transforming.
Yes.
You've successfully fought rabies off. That's what we're being told. It's a big conversation these days, but here, rabies is not a problem. TB-free panchayats, 98% Ayushman coverage. Take us through this transformation. It's taken a decade, but it's been worth it, and how did it happen?
So it's a vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. We have been all working in alignment with the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister to see that we do something good in the state of Goa. There was a situation earlier when I think a lot of doctors, Dr. Shekhar was here, Dr. Kedar was here, my advisors also here, Frazel, though we are not doctors. They are all doctors sitting on one side, and all of them know that it's only the passion that made you do something different as far as the community is concerned, and the vision of our leader. Bringing in digitization and trying to bring in, a more amount of people under the insurance cover, and all these aspects which actually make healthcare accessible to the common man is what has been the vision of the government. And I think in the vision of aligning with the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister in the state of Goa over the last 10-15 years, I've been lucky to hold the portfolio of health for more than 14-15 years. And during this period, with the cooperation of all the doctors and the overall community, we have been trying to bring about transformation. And let me make a mention, it's not been easy. It's been also a lot of real-life experiences that tend to help you tweak policies, make you more grounded, make you more passionate, and your overall objective in policy making is only to save lives. Basically, that's, I think most of the doctors sitting here, Dr. Netralkar is here, all of them have seen me over the last so many years. There have been times when there have been challenges and we didn't have those facilities in the government setup. But I think with the overall vision that has been set, which we talk about Viksit Bharat and 2047, and a healthy society and healthy community in the states is very important. And I think everything is aligned with that. So.
Your passion recently made some headlines. How important is it to put your soul into this job? Because for you, obviously, this is a crusade, and this is because you've had some experiences.
So actually, you see, my mother, all of them know that she is suffering from 4th stage cancer. So when somebody's mother is in, has this type of a issue, and she is herself battling a particular disease, and you are in so much of pain, and then you realize that somebody else's mother also requires treatment. And then that pain has to be uniform. It cannot be only pain for my mother and not pain for somebody else's mother. So basically that many times spikes some sort of a thing in you where you want to do something and do justice to that particular patient. So the whole idea is about providing care to a senior citizen. It is nothing personal, or it is nothing that I have a particular, that visit was just because that pain, and I was constantly getting calls that she requires treatment. So I just wanted to ensure that the system is working efficiently, sir.
Is it working efficiently enough for you right now? What are the areas that you think you want to focus on over the next few years to make this truly something that is worth emulating across the country?
The system is always a matter of, it's always under constant pressure, and there are always challenges. And in the state of Goa, I think the Goa government, along with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, I mean, with his support, we have got several new infrastructures that are being built. And under various schemes, which Goa never received so much money in the past, we are trying to see that we are able to capitalize on this. Like Dr. Shekhar mentioned, my job as a health minister is to see that I'm able to serve the common man. I'm able to see that the government hospital has all the services and all the specialists that even in the private sector, some of them may be missing. Today we have got Dr. Amit Maideo, who is now tied up with the Goa government. We have got doctors like Nishit Shah, who are engaged by the state government, so that we are going to be in a position to have endoscopically based skull surgeries without opening the skull. So several such center of excellences to have in the state of Goa and government hospitals. So that's the passion which we have been working. Like I was mentioning in one of these interviews, is that we were the only state after Singapore to start newborn baby screening. People didn't realize, but saving even one life. Dr. Netralkar, when I was a minister then, he was very closely associated with Goa Medical College. They have seen the transformation of this unit. Still there are challenges. We didn't know what, I think our institution did not know. Like I was just listening to the conversation on robotic surgeries. This is the way forward, like what doctor just mentioned. And it is important for the state government to adapt to this change and to provide the doctors with that type of ecosystem and that type of equipment by which they are able to operate and they are able to actually serve the community in a much more efficient manner. My job is that of a facilitator, to see that the doctors have that type of the facilities available in the system so that they are able to take it forward. Yes, many times it's a competition, but where did you ever hear that a government hospital is in competition now with Dr. Shekhar from Manipal Hospital, or you hear it? It is a question of what we want to do in the state of Goa is try to see that we have the best institutions so the poorest of poorest segment of society is taken care of.
The challenge obviously is to ensure that everyone gets a shot at healthcare. Expensive proposition. You've claimed that about 40,000 families are covered under the ABPMJ, but many people don't know of their entitlements even now. So how do you close that gap? How do you address this?
Sir, we have created sufficient amount of awareness, and in the state of Goa, the Goa government, under our late Chief Minister, Mr. Manohar Parrikar, we actually started the insurance scheme in the state of Goa. And now that has been integrated along with the Honorable Prime Minister's PMJs. Overall, we are trying to see that we, apart from this insurance cover, and today with GST being reduced on insurance for all, it's all moving towards a particular vision of making things a reality, accessible healthcare to all. But on the overall, if you go to see that the state government is also spending more than 450 crores only on medication and medicines to the patients, and trying to see that we are able to deal with disease in much more complex disease in a much more efficient manner. Goa is the only state, along with this insurance cover, where we give free cancer medication to all our patients. We don't charge. And we are trying our best to see that the poorest segment of society is addressed and he's treated well.
So I want to press you on that, because tracking obviously is very, very important. Yes, there are these schemes, etc., but how do you know that people are getting the benefits, the entitlements that they have signed up for? So how have you sort of tracked and mapped that?
No, there's a system in place, and we are ensuring that every case is monitored. Like I mentioned, I keep mentioning that there's something that we are talking about, a scheme that we want to bring in, because a lot of students who pass out from allied sciences, they don't know where to go. There are no sufficient job opportunities for students who pass out from allied sciences. We need to create those opportunities. And a program of state cares is something that is on my mind. State cares is somewhere where even in a village, if there's a patient who suffers from a stroke, ultimately when he goes, or if it's a cancer patient and he's not able to get that type of care, or he finds it very difficult to continuously follow up or go and take the treatment because he cannot afford to reach that particular destination. So basically we are trying to see that we support system that is created, and using these, creating these job opportunities for these students, we are trying to see that even the stroke patient in the village is mapped, and we are able to provide things like physiotherapy and several other things at the doorstep of the people. So we are trying to think differently. It's a challenge, but yes, we'll overcome this.
Something else that's sort of capturing national attention these days, and I was reading about this a few weeks ago in one of the national newspapers in Delhi, is this free IVF treatment cover that you've sort of rolled out, and the cancer drugs that you're talking about. Obviously, all of this costs money, and Goa's budget is limited. It's also a small state. How do you make sure that this expense is sustainable, that this whole model is financially sustainable?
Basically, stress on preventive medicine, which is very important for the state. So screening is very important. We are the only state, like I was saying, that we have already screened more than about 1.5 lakh, 2 lakh women for breast cancer. So preventive medicine, even providing insulin or providing free for diabetes patients, to ensure that we are able to not only give them insulin but reduce the intake of insulin by counseling them and changing their lifestyle. We have notified it as a notifiable disease, but we are trying our best to see that we are able to save some amount of money and then utilize this money in various other new ways forward in medicine. It is challenging. It is a challenge, but we are trying our best to see how we can balance it out.
Do you think you're going to be able to scale up with limited resources? Because that's really what you were telling me a little earlier was the main driver of your initiative, that you really want to scale this up in a way.
We have to scale it up. We have to scale it up. If you have ambulances, simple thing like ambulances, say 60 ambulances today, I mean in the state of Goa, you need to scale it up. Our requirement is about 100. So any activity, if you want to scale it up to a particular level, then we'll be able to see that when we talk about a Viksit Bharat and 2047 and a healthy society, then we need to see that we are able to scale up certain few of these things, so that like today, kidney dialysis is available across the state. This is not available earlier. So we are trying our best to see that we are able to provide care to the patients at the doorstep, scale these things up, and also create that type of awareness, that type of screening that is required. Today, surprisingly, in the state of Goa, Dr. Netarkar will agree with me, many doctors sitting here, is that the younger generation between 25 and 35, we find them coming with bleeds. And as a result of which we find now the hypertension and several other things need care. We don't want to have a population and younger population that is, not healthy. So then awareness also is required. We need to promote as a state, spiritual health, mental wellness, overall well-being, through different ways. It is very important that we engage the younger generation and pass on the message. It's not going to be a straight way of passing on a message, but we need to find out a method in which we are able to reach out to the younger generation.
So scaling up obviously requires those funds, and your pediatric neuro rehab center runs fully on CSR, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
At least that's what I was given to believe. So even hiring speech and physio specialists, all sort of facilitated through this CSR route that you've adopted. Now I want to ask you, because how do you persuade companies that investing in healthcare CSR gives better impact than perhaps traditional charity? This is always something that needs to be squared, isn't it?
This is pediatric neuro rehab is a passion of mine. And all of the doctors will agree. It was a guest house for the dean or a dean's residential bungalow. And basically this comes from an area because when I had, my daughter was born, she was born and there was a borderline case of cerebral palsy. And then when you go through this, then you understand what is the type of pain that you go through. I was just saying it somewhere that it has taken 11 years, actually 11 years of my life. It was only hospital interacting with patients, interacting with the patients of the, mothers and fathers of the children who are actually being treated. So this doesn't come easily. So pediatric neuro rehab and getting CSR for that was like a passion. It was a passion because I know what those children undergo. I must mention to you that, once a doctor mentioned to me when I was there actually waiting for about 6-7 hours, it was a very old, it was in Dadar. And there, one of the patients mentioned to me, I was very fed up. I said, I'm not going to take this doctor's treatment. I want to go back down. And I waited already for 6 hours. And as a result of which, the man told me there, he said, when you walk down these steps, you just remember that what you're going to miss. So that's when I decided, this man, why is he telling me this? And he told me this, and he told me, before you walk down, just remember that this man has got a touch of God, and he is going to be the only person who can find a solution to you. So that is the way. And actually, I saw lives, people's being transformed. I've seen people who had actually deformities in the bone, growing up, and actually growing up in front of me, actually becoming virtually close to normal. So basically, it's not been easy. It's been a passion. So the CSR for that particular pediatric neuro rehab is something which is very, very close to my heart and very, I've seen patients for so many years and also seen so many children. When Botox came out initially, people couldn't afford Botox. It was 37,000 rupees a vial. And that's when I realized, there was a mother who spoke to me and she said, I've come today, I said, yes ma'am, why have you come? She said, why have you come? I said, no, I have got this particular case. And my daughter was, basically they give you the injection on the neuromuscular junction and it's pretty painful, so they give you under anesthesia. So basically she was saying that her daughter is going to be given one injection called Botox, and that's going to be a miracle drug, and that's going to save her life. Little did she know that it is as per the body, it adapts, and it's a question of few months. Basically they help you navigate, and they help you navigate in a particular manner. So this is the type of real life experiences I've gone through. And I didn't want the people of Goa to suffer from this type of situations. I want the people of Goa to get the best of healthcare. As a minister, my job is to see, yes, we are in competition. We are not in competition with anybody. We are in competition with ourselves. We are trying to see that we provide good healthcare to the people. Situations and real life experiences that I went through should not be some issue for others, because affording all this type of treatment also is very difficult. So we are trying our best to see that we get physiotherapists, occupational therapists and the CSR, make this one of the best centers. So you will be surprised that many times people who want to go for this physiotherapy also, they cannot afford that type of physiotherapy because pediatric neuro rehab is very expensive and that type of specialized services are very expensive. So we are trying to create a government setup by which we can reach out to the people, and that's been a passion of mine. I think many people know my story, so I always tell everyone that I have gone through this for many years. Whether it is in the case of my mother, whether it's the case of my daughter, whether it is the case of anyone close to me, I have seen ups and downs in health, and that's what has made me more passion-driven as far as this subject is concerned.
So let me ask you, because this was something that was spoken about by one of the doctors on stage just before you came on, reference to this India's fully digitized PHC at Korlim, which is the first of its kind apparently. Generated 9 lakh ABHA IDs or ABHA IDs, yet rural centers still struggle with internet and power. Now that's a reality, and it's perhaps cross-state. This is something that's pan-national. Now how do you bridge this digital divide while ensuring basic infrastructure isn't neglected?
This is a challenge. Dr. Kedar is here.
Yeah.
He is in charge of the PHC, which is now, digitization is 100% and every aspect is looked at differently. He's also won an award. Challenges are there, but I think Goa is much better off. I think we can achieve compliances much more faster than many other states because we are a very small state. There may be certain areas, but now the forest portfolio also is with me. So basically we are trying to see that we give permissions for erecting towers so that connectivity and all these issues are addressed. It's not difficult. There are challenges, but I think we'll overcome these challenges.
So AI-powered cancer detection has completed 50,000 scans in Goa?
Yes, sir. Actually,
It's
AI-based utilization of AI for screening of the X-rays, so that we are able to move towards this TB Mukh Goa screening also of for cancer and several other things. Utilizing AI, we have just started, and I think we are going to move in that particular direction. Doctors have discussed, and we also are in
no, but AI is only as good as the data that goes into
agree,
it.
but it definitely helps whatever I have been following and reading and trying to understand when people come to you and talk to you about utilization of AI. I think we are now in that process to see that the doctors, it's like a backup ecosystem for the doctors also to be in a better position to take decisions and, accurate, decision making or precision decision making and moving forward in a different way. We are in Goa, we are trying to have a body of experts. Now we want to move forward. How do we move forward? This is going to be a notified body of experts. And I think by October 1st, first week or so, we'll start sitting with the body of experts. Many of the doctors I can see here who are here. But they also are going to help the government in taking decisions which are going to be binding on the government. So it's always important to have advice from the medical fraternity so that they can guide the government on policy making and how to move forward. My health advisor also is not a doctor. She also is from a different field. But again, the passion, both of them are here, and passion, and one of them who heads Frazella, who heads the health along with me, it's only the passion. You see in your real life what's happening and then take advice. I think many of us who are ministers, many of us who are in the position to make policy tweaking and moving forward, it's important for us to have that passion. Then you have that passion to listen, and then you have a passion because in your heart you only want to achieve something. You want to do something for the people.
But
That's the only
Mr. Rane,
objective.
it's not just about passion, it's also about expertise. Do we have enough in-house expertise?
There are doctors from different...
Or is there an international model now where certain countries, you could sort of borrow a leaf from their book,
I think
especially when it comes to AI?
It comes to pertaining to AI.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of specialized doctors who are actually speaking. There are a lot of companies who are coming and talking to you about utilization of AI in what all facilities you have and how can you further enhance the efficiencies. We in Goa, we constantly say the Goa model. Many times people ask me, yes, this is not there, but yet you say it's the Goa model. I say, yes, Goa has got its Goa model. It's a different type of a model which we are building up based on the innovation in order to bring in efficiencies in the system. I think we will do well. Doctors are there, experts are there, and once the body of experts sits, and then I think, they will be in a better position to, we'll be in a much more commanding position in order to drive policy in a different way with advice from experts, which they, on a day-to-day basis, are using their authority, power to bring in efficiencies and create a better ecosystem for health. So I think we are here now in the right track to move forward.
I suppose technology is also moving so quickly.
Yes.
Things are changing so fast. So doctors need to be constantly updated, and your expert body will need to also obviously, go in for refresher courses, so to speak. That would be...
It's important. It's important that doctors, we have linked promotion to productivity, in a very different way, that they need to do so many hours of CMEs and other things. That's the only way. It's not something that we want to make it compulsory, but it's always good for the doctors also to keep on enriching and upgrading their their knowledge and what's happening new everywhere else. Then it helps the government to build a good ecosystem. And it is important for them. You cannot force these things because they're all professionals, they're top doctors. You can only suggest to them that this is something very good for the system and they must do it. So it's good for us because if they learn more, then we're in a better position to bring in new ways forward in a new era of medicine, the way it is moving forward.
It's interesting because I sort of can speak a little bit from experience. Go for a heart checkup, and certain techniques like stress tests, etc., all of those tests are now supposedly redundant. You have to look for another gene, LP(a). All of that, lots of doctors don't know about this actually in India. And when you go and you find out and you have these conversations, then they get curious and then they come back to you and they tell you that, look, yes, we were kind of behind the science. So I don't know why you wouldn't think of sort of making this mandatory in some ways.
What do you...
the entire business of refreshing.
No, it's important, sir. It's like, even diagnostics is changing. Like you were just talking about homocysteine and lipoprotein A and all what's happening with the blood works. And now all of us who are educated do our blood works on a regular basis. People and the poor people cannot afford. They don't know what is blood work and diagnostics.
Actually, I don't. I don't want to know what's in my veins.
No, but it's important. These blood works are so important. So in our hospitals today, We have now made it mandatory that certain amount of cancer markers be, by default, we do it for the patients who come so that we are able to, show them the way and we are able to protect them in a particular manner. It's not easy. Many times if you do a blood work in Mumbai and do an executive checkup, it costs you nothing less than about 20,000 to 25,000
I was going to come to that
for
point.
the overall blood works. But I think our state is doing a lot. And that's why we say the Goa model, it's a state under the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. We want to move in the particular direction and create, and we have in fact in the state of Goa, we have made CMEs mandatory for the doctors. They must have this many CMEs so that it goes to their credit. So I think we have done it about 14, 15 years back.
That's wonderful. I'll come back to the Goa model in just a few moments. You claim that under 12 minutes, you have an emergency response time. That's quite comparable globally now. But then there are narrow roads in Goa, infrastructure, you've got the monsoon, you've got all sorts of other traffic congestion during tourist season, you've got the Sunburn Festival. A lot of people descend on Goa during that time. How do you make sure that this crush of tourists, which is good for your economy, doesn't overwhelm the system and the system keeps up?
We have a good emergency system and our response time also is very good. We have got a good system. Private hospitals also, Manipal also has got ambulances now where they are reaching out to the people. It's not about just the government reaching out for a particular emergency, but I think more or less we are getting used to it. There was a situation earlier when we didn't have these type of emergency services. And today we have emergency services. Today we have good ambulances, motorcycle, bike ambulances. We have ambulances. And, most of the ambulances are advanced and cardiac ambulances, which other states don't have. Our emergency systems we are further strengthening and building up an ecosystem around that. And I think we'll be in a better position by the end of this year to create and further reduce that response time. And not only that, we are the only state which we have even STEMI program which we have launched in the state of Goa, which is appreciated by the Niti Aayog and several other professional bodies, where we are able to thrombolize the patient at the point of contact through a Wi-Fi. We transmit the ECG, then give them the medication required, and side effects are taken care of, and that's how we have been trying to deal with it. Now, further to reduce emergencies, above 100 units, any building with more than 100 units, we have said that you need to have a paramedic, you need to have a AED machine in that, so that the response time, by the time the emergency vehicle comes, then in the building itself, suppose it's a building, rural areas, roads, we have been overcoming. We have saved thousands of lives through the overall emergency setup that we have in Goa. So it's much better than many states.
So the one thing I was looking at closely before coming here was your ratio of doctors to people. And that's one area where Goa sort of lags a little bit. You face a chronic shortage of doctors. How do you retain talent in government, specifically with regards to doctors?
So if you make a system very vibrant and there is a growth that you show that what is the intention of the government. There are a lot of doctors of Goa origin from outside who are specialists who want to come and contribute or help build Goa's health ecosystem. There are doctors from outside and neighboring states also want to come to Goa. So I think this is something that government should be open. Government should be, with an open mind, not only welcome people and specialists of Goan origin to come back and give them that position so that if they have accomplished, we should support them to come back and they should feel like coming back and serving the state. And similarly, there are people from outside the state also who are ready to come and work in the state of Goa to serve the system. I think that should be also looked at with an open mind.
So I'm talking about standardization now. Of course, obviously, you want doctors within government and private to have the same sort of abilities. And that goes also, of course, for the health system as a whole. Now, many people prefer private, as they say, because it seems to be more professionally run, this, that, the other. How do you ensure that this slight stigma that is associated with government health services, hospitals, etc. is overcome? Now, that is something that's probably a challenge, isn't it, for you also, because of so much social media, and you yourself were talking about in a previous interview how you went to a government hospital and there was this squalidness.
It is a challenge. Things have changed. And like Dr. Shekhar said, there's a lot of competition with private sectors, considers Goa Medical College to be a competition. But it's not only the competition part of it, but I think the system overall, you need to work in a particular manner and to create that type of ecosystem, like I always keep saying, using the word ecosystem, And I don't think people, overall the community in the state of Goa, if you see the richest of richest person, whether it's my parents also go only to Goa Medical College. Occasionally, sometimes privacies are an issue because he's well known. Then we go to Manipal Hospital. So here we are a very small community and we support each other. But I think people don't look down actually on coming to the government facilities because the richest of richest person here in Goa comes and takes treatment at the Goa Medical College.
Someone to sort of talk about something else which is associated with Goa and they say Goa is vulnerable to, which is climate change. And that brings in its own sort of health challenges, heat waves, and you have flooding, and because of that, emerging diseases of all different kinds. Is your current infrastructure built right now to tackle this wave that we're expecting to hit?
I think the government is well equipped and knowledgeable. There are sufficient experts and knowledgeable people who are driving policy making in the state of Goa. And I think, as you mentioned, with climate change and several, because forest also being one of my portfolios, I think conservation also is something that is being stressed on. With the Honorable Prime Minister, again with the vision of planting Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam is another movement which has started. Many people thought initially that is not going to be, it is just a statement. It is not a statement. It's something that is being taken forward in a very aggressive manner. Just today morning, we had a video conference with the Honorable Union Minister on checking what we are doing and what are the ways forward. Ultimately, if you carry out sufficient amount of conservation, if you ask me a specific question in terms of whether this infrastructure is equipped for this particular kind of situations, government has to equip itself and ensure that that infrastructure is created parallelly while development is taking place. So this is a situation in every city, every growing township, every growing state. We see that these aspects are being dealt with. There are challenges, but I think they will overcome them finally.
It's interesting that you said that just this morning you had a meeting virtually with the health minister at the center.
Forest minister.
Forest minister, okay. But you must also have consultations with the health minister.
Yes, we had an interaction yesterday itself.
Yeah.
And we had an interaction and we were talking on several other medical awareness programs. And so there's constant review and constant checks and balances.
So I wanted to actually ask you about that because the BJP, wherever it sort of wants to establish a government, one of its guarantees is that, look, there's going to be this double engine that's going to work for you. How often do you see the center accessible to you and monitoring what's going on at the ground level with regards to new schemes or initiatives that you might have brought in?
No, there are constant checks and balances. There are constant updates which the government of India takes. There are information which you need to provide in real time, so there's nothing that you can, just fake anything or just send it or upload it on a portal. No, that's not happening. Today, there's accountability is something which is moving and driving everything in the states. The double engine government, definitely with the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, we have got a super specialty hospital. We're getting one more mother and child hospital in place. We have critical care centers coming up, which are going to be really state of art. We also got a 450 crore cancer hospital, which is coming up along with Tata Memorial. And this is something which has been endorsed and where the Honorable Prime Minister gave us a message. He was very proud of that we have started OPDs much earlier. But still lots of things, and in his vision, what we can do for the community. I think with his leadership and the money that is made available to us to create that type of health infrastructure, Goa is actually moving in the right direction.
So this rounds off our conversation because then I come back to the Goa model. If the Prime Minister asked you to, for example, design a national healthcare blueprint on your Goa experience, what would be your 5 non-negotiable principles for Swasth Bharat 2030, for example?
Honorable Prime Minister's vision is a vision that we are all implementing here today. So basically there is nothing.
What are the 5 non-negotiable?
No, basically Honorable Prime Minister's vision itself of seeing that the health insurance to all is one of the major things which Honorable Prime Minister himself has been, when Viksit Bharat 2047 was already said that a healthy society, and we are moving towards a particular 2047 and Viksit Bharat. Then a healthy society and wellness to all is something that the whole policy is moving in that particular direction. It's not only about Viksit Bharat and 2047, without having a very healthy society and community behind. So every aspect is looked at, whether it is screening, whether it's providing the best of health services, whether it's having medicine under insurance, having a specific vertical to give medicines, free medicines to the people. I think every aspect is being looked at, and today we are working in a very disciplined fashion to move forward.
Mr. Rani, pleasure speaking to you. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the Health Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the rather honest answers. Thank you, Rahul. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's now talk about something that impacts you and I, all of us, which is public health care. It's the first line of defense when an outbreak strikes. It's the system that keeps families safe through prevention, and it's what ensures progress isn't derailed by any health crisis. Prevention, preparedness, progress, that's really what this is all about. To steer this conversation, please welcome back Toya Singh. And joining us for this discussion is one of the most respected voices in this space, Dr. Kamlesh J. Upadhyay, HOD Medicine, BJMC, Ahmedabad. Okay, I see Dr. Kamlesh posing for a picture there. Let's give everyone a moment. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Kamlesh, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. And I don't know if you caught a few moments of the interview before us. They were talking about climate change at one point. And it's such an important intersection of some of the topics we're going to be talking about today. So let's start by talking a little bit about One Health. One Health, for those of you who may not know, is the concept that people's health, environment's health, and animals' health, all those three things are interconnected, right? As a basic concept. But it is incredible to have you here with your background to now break it down for us. And I want to ask you first, just explain for our audience, One Health is the kind of concept that sounds incredible as a vision. We know the government has pioneered the idea, but in practice, what do you observe around you? What are the villages, the towns, the states perhaps that are doing it very well? Give us the overview first.
Thanks, CNN-News18.
Thank you.
It's a conclave of collective wisdom, and I thank all organizers for the same. Today is 11th September, the day on which Swami Vivekananda gave Chicago address, and we celebrate it as a Universal Brotherhood Day. India, Bharat, had a Vishwabandhutva, brotherhood through vaccine. In a COVID vaccine time, we have served third world countries. And as a part of innovation, I strongly feel that India's role is beyond the boundaries of the Bharat. We have to. There was one singer from Barbados, and she spoken bad words for the Prime Minister. On the next day, the Prime Minister of Barbados thanked our Prime Minister for donating COVID vaccines. In a COVID time, we have not done business of vaccine, but the same cost we have saved many lives. I'm working with NIV Pune for so many years now. The real heroine of the movie Vaccine, Pragya Adavji, and all of them. I'm closely working for now decades. And we have a potentiality. Atmanirbhar, it's a reality. And the role of India in this context, I strongly feel that we have to work beyond boundary, humanity as a whole, and through the health department, health initiative, the health tourism, we should think of the mankind as a whole. This is what it says. Coming to the One Health. One Health is the human being, Homo sapiens, can be healthy only if the environment is healthy and animal kingdoms, marine life, birds, insect, vectors are healthy. That's the concept. So it's a holistic approach, taking care of the all aspect of nature. We are, if you look at our all gods, Lord Shiva to every god has the animal as a vehicle. So One Health we practice in our culture. We have a Amrit Kal of Bharat going on. In Bharat 75 to Bharat 100 in 2047. It's the Amrit Kal of the country going on. In that phase, we have to achieve Swarajya se Surajya.
Break down. Surajya. Good governance.
Ji. And that Surajya is basically the health policy based on the Bharatiya Chintan, in the Indian thought process we have to build up. And in this context, before the allopathy came in the country, we have Ayurveda with us. So we'll have to respect each other, all, and we have to work together. So not only a holistic approach, but we have to involve the animal health also.
So, Doctor, I want to ask you before we go ahead, because I understand the philosophy you're pushing for, but I want to almost break this down. I know the audience is filled with doctors and people with a very advanced understanding of this, but for the few lay people who might also be listening, let's really break it down. Give us a grade. On 10, where do you think the nation is right now in One Health? So in terms of living in sync with the environment, with animals in particular, where do you think we are right now? Give us a mark, and then we'll ask you a little bit about the road forward.
In-laws, we have a Vantara in Gujarat. Ambani's Anant, he's literally thinking for the animals, those who are sick animals. And there's a world-class corporate style facilities are there for the animals. From agriculture to animal husbandry, we are developing, number one. If, say, poultry farm, we have to think in the both way. This is what is a human-animal interface. If I talk about Gujarat, we have a 60% population in the 6 urban cities. And in that urban cities, 3 generations, grandfather, father and son, they have not touched the animals. We don't touch animals. If you name any zoonotic disease, Congo, Zika, all of them will come out of Africa, because human-animal interface is so close. So on one side we have a upcoming generation having no or little human-animal interface, to the extent that in India, many females, they stay more with the animals as compared to their relatives. So the transmission of the disease pattern, if you don't take care of the animals, they can transmit disease to the human, like zoonotic tuberculosis. So we have to understand, we have to take every component in account so that our human health is taken care of. And in our culture, it is not only human health. We say of the health is not merely absence of disease. It's basically a mental and physical wellness, what we say the Niramay Jivan. I was talking to some friends in the Goa, and there are 90 plus population here also. I have also met 100 plus, right. three persons who are 100 plus. So we should not now think of the disease. We have to think beyond that. How the Goa can contribute to the world. गल्यान सांकलिक सोन्याची, ये जो गाना है ना, हमने गाया है, वो सुन के हम बड़े हुए. तो म्यूजिक थेरापी, we have to think. Goa can give, Goan is music. You think and you just enjoy. So we have to give innovative way in our ways. This is what Surajya is. Let's give the world happiness index. Goa's happiness index is far better. We are all doing excellence. So that developed India, we expect by 2047, we must have a developed Goa ahead of that. So that we can give some road map, road path to the world. That these are also a way of Niramay Jivan, happiness index. We have to focus not only on the disease only, not only on the tertiary care, not only on the super specialty care. We have to think.
Okay, so I want to talk to you now about something you've talked a lot about in the past, which is obesity, diabetes. There's a line that I think everyone in the audience, we've heard it to death almost. India is the diabetes capital of the world. We've heard this again and again. And you have some stories when it comes to diabetes, about your own conversations with your children, for example, trying to get them to understand a little bit about how to be healthy, but also your larger point that the message needs to be conveyed, but thode alag se. Can you just break that down for us?
Obesity, those who are watching this program today and later on YouTube, I request them to open up the app of the BMI, to put your height, you put your weight and age also, and you'll have a BMI, so that you can make out whether we are normal weight. Underweight also is a problem in the country. So underweight, normal weight, overweight or obese. Whenever you have obesity, you have a risk of other metabolic disease like diabetes, hypertension, lipid abnormality, uric acid, and many problems are there. So now it's a pandemic of diabetes plus obesity. So childhood obesity is alarmingly increasing. So I request all the mothers watching my program, they should inquire whether your child is overweight or obese. Lockdown in Gujarat, as a COVID expert in the central core team, I talked for 20 minutes on lockdown, and we applied lockdown ahead of Government of India. After that meeting, I phone called my wife that from tomorrow my son will not eat without Surya Namaskar. From 10 to 108 we gradually increased. We have to inculcate our
There was no rebellion, no teenage rebellion from your son. Ki nahi karunga main, Papa.
No. Now he's fit and fine. The reality is, we have to focus on our inner way. A girl staying in a hostel, and between the cot and the wall, she can do Surya Namaskar. So we must have our own way of remaining fit. And government also is working on many aspects on this, like Fit India program, Khelo India program, about it's a national program now, NCD is a national program. And the Poshan Abhiyan, we are focusing on the various disorders also. Along with that, the food adulteration also, we are taking care of that. Rightly, we had a right discussion on the millet. It was in time appropriate discussion was there on millet. Ayush department is taking these NCDs, particularly diabetes, in their own way. So, according to the belief of the person or a patient, we should fight with all this problem, which are the lifestyle-related disorders, where we eat more and do exercise less, and lack of exercise and habits from
But
alcohol
Doctor,
to...
I want to ask you something here. Lifestyle diseases because of lifestyle factors, right? And every Indian person, especially Indians in urban areas, they've heard ki exercise karna hai, they've heard 10,000 steps, sabne suna hua hai, kitna khana hai. People know these basics. Today, more than ever, there's an awareness that health matters. yoga as a concept is practiced. Cities like Delhi for many years, in your parks you had people practicing yoga. So more than ever there is that awareness. Clearly there's still something missing, right? High stress being one of the things, but I'm just saying, how do you actually make a change? Because awareness to hai. Would you not say awareness? I mean, 10,000 step trackers everyone has now. So what's missing there to really get the point home?
We all are basically have a mentality of not doing exercise. That will have to change. It's a mindset. It's a paradigm shift required, number one. All school health, even if the schools are private, in a city, there are many schools in the apartment. They don't have a ground to play. So any factory, any school which are having a ground, after the school hours, they must open it for the children around that area. Mothers will have to take the lead to force the children to keep them away from the mobile and to ensure that
really putting a lot of responsibility on mothers here.
Yeah.
Na? Again and again. Fathers ko bhul jao. But yeah.
Bachcha hai na, the mother takes the whole problem in a holistic way. That's why the mother ki sunte hain. Till the shadi occurs, wo mother ki sunte hain.
Acha, okay.
Basically, what matters is kam kha, gum kha. Salt reduction. Do RDX hai. Sugar and salt. Both are white RDX. We should reduce in the amount as far as possible in the food. And 20 ml oil per person per day. Matlab, no frying in the family. We'll have to understand. And one component which is less touch is stress. Stress we see all around. Womb to tomb. Everywhere we see the stress. And that's why we need to Chidananda Rupa Shivaham Shivaham. We have to understand. We have to make up a mind. मैं आनंद स्वरूप हूं कोई मेरी मर्जी के बगैर मुझे कोई निराश नहीं कर सकता परेशान नहीं कर सकता ये बात हमें सोच के अपने बिहेवियर में लानी पड़ेगी
So मैं आपसे एक आखिरी सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ because I want to ask you, we've talked a lot about thought and I want to talk to you a little bit about implementation very quickly. Cities have seen the implementation of, for example, a policy जिसमें कहा है कि junk food को school के इतने दूर नहीं sell कर सकते. While those rules were introduced, implementation was actually the issue. Concept was beautiful. You know, when kids come out at 3 p.m., first thing they want is junk food. But the problem was the implementation. I want to understand from you, that bridge, as someone who has worked on implementation, how does that bridge get crossed?
In the Fit India movement and in Khelo India movement, the common man, cricketers, those who are sports person, they are identified as a hero. They guide the youth for this thing. So people, I mean, government is trying at that level. Everything cannot be possible with the policy. So all the religious leaders, all the teachers are the people who, if I am the education minister, in every school, the physical education teacher should be a principal. That change will make the India fit. We'll have to think innovatively in our way. Because we have to take out our children away from the mobile for some time and let them to play in the. There is no other alternative to that. This is what is required.
It's been lovely talking to you and it's been lovely understanding your vision of Surajya, as you call it.
If we will not do it now, see, we are in Gujarat, we are doing a SOTO program and NOTO in the organ transplantation, we are doing excellent. Diabetes, in our taluka places, we have a hemodialysis center, sir. So, the way in which the diabetes is rampantly rising, diabetic nephropathy, dialysis and transplant are really alarmingly increasing in the country. And that's why we have to wake up early. We have to focus from GDM, gestational diabetes. Let's ensure that every pregnant lady must be tested for diabetes. From womb onwards. There are some studies, in a three successive generation, if IUGR, मतलब आज जो माता है, pregnant है, जब वो बच्ची थी, तब वो उनका वजन जन्म के समय कम था, उसकी माँ भी जब जन्म लिया तब उसका वजन भी कम था, उनकी भी माँ जब जन्म लिया तब उनका बर्थ के समय वेट कम था. If the IUGR is consecutive in 3 generations, you are at risk of diabetes. So we have to think from womb to tomb. So that with that approach, life cycle approach, we have to think of the diabetes
From birth
prevention.
to cradle, jiske liye data collection is also a piece. We've unfortunately run out of time, but it has been lovely talking to you, Doctor. Come, let's get up for a second. Thank you.
Well, I do see some of you all have sipped your evening coffee already. We promised to get you some more very interesting conversations. So let's now turn to a topic at the heart of modern medicine. How surgery itself is being transformed through innovation and technology. From smarter tools to game-changing techniques, this is about how progress in the operating room is rewriting what's possibly saving lives. To take this conversation ahead, let's once again welcome Ekta Batra. And joining her is a leader who has been shaping emergency surgical care in India, Dr. Siddharth Dubashi, Head of General Surgery at AIIMS Nagpur.
Thank you very much for joining in. Well, I think we've spoken a lot in terms of what, artificial intelligence has brought in terms of the surgery room and the OPD and all of that. Just to give you a quick brief in terms of Dr. Dubashi and what he does is that he leads and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Dubashi, he leads the general surgery department at AIIMS Nagpur. His expertise spans emergency surgical care as well as trauma response and system level preparedness. So it makes him really unique in terms of a position to shed light when it comes to improving patient outcomes through smart tech-driven health systems in India. So Dr. Dubashi, with that introduction, just wanted to understand the landscape that you operate in AIIMS Nagpur. And what have your experiences when it comes to trauma care as well as a surgeon taught you in terms of artificial intelligence and the importance of it today?
Okay, a lot of things to be told in this question. I have been fortunate enough to be associated with All India Institute of Medical Sciences Nagpur right since its inception. So I got a unique opportunity to start from scratch and develop both the departments. One is Department of Trauma and Emergency and Department of Surgery. Challenges have been there, and the first challenge that I faced when I joined the institution is that the construction had already started. And might well, when these construction plans are being made, frequently the doctors, the concerned stakeholders are not part of the team. And to my utter surprise, when I was to take over the particular department and continue with monitoring the construction work, I found that there was no provision for the operation rooms in the trauma section there. That's the first challenge I faced. And thanks to the then director, I could revise the design plan and do the construction work for that. So we have dedicated 2 operation rooms for the trauma department itself, along with 60 beds. Development of trauma protocols. We need to have standard operating procedures. It's not about how I like to do it, but it's about evidence-based protocols that need to be developed. So with a dedicated team, I could formulate the standard operating procedures and evidence-based protocols which could be implemented. At any point of time, a patient coming to AIIMS Nagpur will be treated in this manner only. The algorithms are in place.
Okay, so first they go to the trauma department and then you sort of
The emergency and trauma.
The emergency.
The nomenclature that is being followed in most of the institutions of national importance is Department of Trauma and Emergency. So we'll have all the cases coming there first. So when you talk of the protocols, evidence-based protocols in relation to care, first thing is the effective triaging. Triaging means distribution of the patients as per their needs.
Important.
So segregation of various zones, the zoning concept in that particular area is extremely important. So that's what we could develop right from the start. So that was well begun, half done.
Okay. I'm just going to throw some statistics at you because road accidents today kill nearly 1.5 lakh people annually in India. And trauma care delays is actually one of the key factors. And studies, in fact, indicate 50% of trauma deaths occur in that golden hour. So we have a high rate of deaths when it comes to that golden hour. What can we do to solve this? And what is AIIMS Nagpur doing in particular?
Absolutely. See, when you talk of these fatalities which are there, we already have certain government initiatives which are there, especially government of Maharashtra taking the zero fatality corridor, especially on the Mumbai-Pune expressway. And recently what the Association of Surgeons of India has come into play is training the first responders to the techniques of basic life support. And for that we have chosen the Samruddhi Highway. In fact, the Department of the Trauma from AIIMS Nagpur, along with the Association of Surgeons of Nagpur and ASI Maharashtra chapter, we are doing this pilot project, which will be flagged off by the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra on the 28th of September. That is training of the first responders for basic life support. Second thing is improvement in the pre-hospital care overall. How that can be done? We have ambulances. Need to check whether are they well-equipped ambulances? Who is manning those particular vehicles? So we need to have trained personnel within the ambulances as well. And we are very happy that AIIMS Nagpur is again fostering the emergency medical technician program as well. We have the MD emergency medicine program. We have the trauma program running there. So training of personnel across all disciplines. It's a multidisciplinary approach. Again, it is not only medical personnel, but the paramedical personnel, which also very important. You asked me what AIIMS Nagpur is doing specifically. I can give an incident which occurred a few months back. A school bus met with an accident. The students were going, the 10th standard students were going for a picnic. Unfortunately, they met with an accident around 50 kilometers from Nagpur. We got a call from the rural hospital in that particular area that one student was dead on the spot and the remaining 49 are being shifted to AIIMS Nagpur. The moment we got that call, the entire system was in place. All the specialties, concerned specialties were on ground. All the alarm bells were there. The blood bank was made alert. Radiology was made alert. The triage bay was made vacant for that. So when they reached AIIMS Nagpur, there was not even a minute delay in getting the things done.
So it was an absolute multi-speciality
team approach,
which now medical care is also undertaking for most cases. It may be oncology or any other comorbidity. But that's the point that I wanted to touch upon. You spoke about how the school bus children were first sent to a rural hospital. But that rural hospital was not equipped enough to handle ICU care. That is where probably the problem also arises, where we have a significant gap in terms of rural infrastructure, district level hospitals.
Absolutely. That is we have AIIMS Nagpur or any other institutions for that matter. We have the Jayaprakash Narayan Apex Trauma Center at AIIMS Delhi. They run multiple programs for training. We have got the basic life support now. We have got a National Emergency Life Support Program, which is the flagship program of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, which is being advocated. So not only AIIMS Nagpur, all the institutions of national importance are taking this on a larger platform.
But what would you suggest a rural hospital needs And what is the, when it comes to emergency care, what is the non-negotiable which should be there? You mentioned OTs that the emergency care has at AIIMS Nagpur. That would probably be a far cry for the rural hospital or many hospitals at this point in time. So what's a non-negotiable which we need to implement when it comes to rural hospitals or district level hospitals?
See, what we find is the simple things which, like, actually when there are cases of fractures, just the splints that they apply. You know, I'm just giving a small thing which a layperson can also understand. So if you provide such basic training even to the paramedical personnel about correct, that at least do no harm. You know, in fact, even transporting the patient, we have seen injuries occurring during transport of the patient itself. Not because of the initial accident, but because during they were not transported properly. The limbs were not splinted properly. Because of that, injuries occur. So even if we teach them these basic things, do's and don'ts, at even the medical officer level, I think that will also go along, and which are already doing now.
Okay, so proper training at this point
Absolutely.
in time. You mentioned first responders, and I want to talk about how AEDs are extremely important in terms of, you know, availability as well. And this is something that the health minister had alluded to as well, that they do have a paramedic, they do have AEDs in certain buildings in order to have that first point of care. Give us a sense in terms of what, how important it is to have these systems in place to prevent cardiac issues, or, for example, first responder issues when it comes to, say, a stroke. Give us a sense in terms of the importance of it and how we need to probably implement it at a national level.
See, all these tools, all these equipments, sonography machines, everything is now available at the rural hospitals. It is not the shortage of the equipment, it is a shortage of the trained personnel. The problem is, again, a fool with a tool is still a fool. That's what it is. So if the people are not trained, so that it is the shortage of a trained manpower which is the issue. Equipment is being made available in ample to all the rural hospitals. Now the government has realized it is the training which is important, and that's why the training programs have started on a large scale.
Do you think that it should be made necessary in school? Basic training, basic medical training should be made necessary in schools? How do you use,
absolutely.
How do you use CPR? How do you use an AED?
Absolutely. So when you talk of the life support programs, we have got a basic life support, we have got an advanced trauma life support. The basic life support skills should be taught to each and every person. And we have started doing that. Most of the institutions have started doing that. We run special programs for the school teachers as well. So we have started doing that.
Okay. You spoke about AIIMS Nagpur, but you know, for example, Goa is a tourist-heavy state, so it obviously deals with different sort of trauma care as well. Give us a sense in terms of what systems need to be in place when it comes to, say, trauma care in a tourist-heavy state, where, you know, even medical data from that person might be difficult to achieve at that moment.
Again, I'll go back to good pre-hospital linkage system. So especially when you have the tourist place like Goa, so an effective pre-hospital linkage, like good communication, and once they arrive at that institution as well, if it's the Goa Medical College, which is the premier institute here, the interdepartmental coordination is extremely important. So all should be on the same grade. Another thing is redesigning the trauma care pathways in terms of, most of the times what happens is that people come in sequence and see the patients. First, it will be seen by the medical officer on duty, then it will be seen by an emergency medicine person, then the surgeon will see. After some time, a neurosurgeon will be called. Why not have a panel as an integrated team which is actually stationed in the trauma department? So that is a very, very important component, interdepartmental coordination and a multidisciplinary approach, along with trained paramedical forces. I think that's going to achieve what we want.
How do you bring down the cost of ICU care? Because that, for a private institution, runs into 25,000, 30,000 per day. And for somebody who doesn't have insurance cover, it's an expensive feat. So what do you think we can do in order to reduce ICU care? Is there any way to reduce it?
It's a very difficult question. There are ethical dilemmas which are involved, because nobody can be denied an ICU admission because of lack of support. I can elaborate on this. What we face is that we have got over 100% occupancy at the ICUs, because usually what happens is that it becomes a sort of a dumping ground when people at the private hospitals, the patients cannot afford further care at the private hospitals, all are shifted to AIIMS. So there is a tremendous stress on the system. What we have tried to develop is innovative ways of creating funds for our patients as well. Our campus is actually a no tobacco campus. How I am linking it, I'll tell you. That means every patient and his relatives are actually checked by the security guard as they enter the AIIMS Nagpur campus. And every day we have got kgs of tobacco being collected, and that is destroyed as per the government norms. But there is a fine of ₹200 which is taken in case people are caught with tobacco and tobacco related products. Now that is a huge fund which is available with the institution. And then the institution sometimes...
How much have you made from that?
It goes into tune of more than 25 lakhs in a year.
Oh
so the funds which are available can be mobilized for such type of needy patients, and then things can be made available to the patient. So each institution will have to find its innovative ways to create funds for the public.
Correct. If you had to leave us with an idea in terms of what would be the top 3 or 5 things that India needs to implement when it comes to trauma care in order to reduce the incidence and to improve the statistics when it comes to trauma care, what would you recommend?
Catch them young. Means, as we say that, I think Professor Srivastav made about inclusion of AI in the curriculum, he said. Now, trauma care, when we were students, we did not have any special chapters or special training on trauma. But now is the time that we have got well-developed trauma modules which are available. We have got state-of-the-art simulation labs which are available across the country, simulation centers which will help in skill development. We have got very good cadaver labs. So if you are asking me, I should say the most important aspect is the effective training program. Have the modules. Usually people think that they can attend online courses and can complete. Digital training is okay for, save time, but you will require hands-on practice session to develop competencies. So that's the difference. So development of competency-based education is the need of the hour.
So today you would say that India doesn't give as much importance as it should to trauma care.
They have started. They have started. The modules are in place. Let me tell you, as on date, we have an MS Traumatology and Surgery program. We have an MCH in Trauma Surgery program. We have the fellowship of the National Board in Trauma and Acute Care. We have MD Emergency Medicine programs. We have DNB Emergency Medicine programs running across the country.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Doctor. It was an absolutely insightful conversation. Thank you very much.
One question which you asked about AI.
Yes.
And this thing I don't mean. See, I always advocate a judicious use of technology. We are all talking of Swasth Bharat, we are talking of Samruddha Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And as we move towards Vikasit Bharat, what I actually say we need to have a Chaukas Bharat. Extra vigilance is required. Technology of today can be the error of tomorrow, and in no circumstances anybody can replace a human touch. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on now. Let's be honest, healthcare innovation means little if people can't actually access it. Accessibility isn't a side issue. It's the next big revolution. It's about building a world where hospitals, cities, transport, and even technology includes everyone, not just some of us. To unpack it all, please welcome Gaurav Chaudhary from Earshot, and joining him for this discussion is someone who has championed this cause with vision and action. Srimati Sminu Jindal, Managing Director of Jindal Saw Limited and Founder Chairperson of Swaya.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is something very, very special that we are doing here. It is about accessibility and something that we can only ignore at our own peril. You know, ma'am, we have met before and had this conversation several times over. The theme for this session is accessibility, the next health revolution. I remember, you know, on a previous occasion you had told me that there is a $1 trillion opportunity that is waiting to be tapped. And this is something that we just cannot ignore. Give us a sense of the scope of this market, you know, who it includes, what products or services it includes, and what do we as people and also the government and policymakers need to do.
Accessibility, Gaurav, is a very, very misunderstood issue. Most of us think it is just a disability issue. Quite frankly, accessibility helps us all lead a better and a more qualitative life. When I talked about the $1 trillion economy that is waiting to happen, if you just look around ourselves, you know, then we will notice that accessibility affects even the elderly. And India currently is a young population, but as time goes by, especially around 2047, when we want to be a Viksit Bharat, we are going to look at a 50% elderly population situation of about 60% people being older. We are looking at a falling rate of growth for children because most people are not having more than 2 children and sometimes even 1, and most urban dwellers are not even talking about children. So we are going to look at a more intensive economy where it comes to lack of accessibility. We are looking at grab bars, having toilets as a product. We are looking at wheelchairs, equipment like hearing aids, visual aids. We all are aware that in sports, India is doing extremely well where it comes to para-athletes. Still, we do not have extremely good wheelchairs. We do not have smart walkers. We do not have cool hearing aids. We do not have elderly care in terms of if an elder falls down or a person with any kind of health issues, you know, needs to be helped. We don't think about caregivers and them breaking their backs helping. So it's actually a $1 trillion economy if we really look at it that way.
Yo, absolutely. You know, I'll come to that. I'll specifically on the point on the demographic transition that is taking place in India. We are no longer going to remain the world's youngest country. Probably we're going to have a lot of old people that we need to take care of. That brings me to a certain phraseology, and you advocate the phrase person with reduced mobility rather than persons with disability. Now, if we change the description, what kind of shift in perspective does it take place?
Persons with disability would actually account for more people like me, sitting on a wheelchair or somebody using a hearing aid or a visual aid. But if we talk about reduced mobility, then each one of us go through temporary or permanent reduced mobility phases in our life as we grow older, as we meet with an accident like I did in my case, as we acquire a disability. You'd be quite surprised. In disability sector, only 20% of people are born with a disability. Most 80% actually acquire it.
Right. You know, ma'am, we have heard a lot of speakers talk about artificial intelligence. We are currently in the high noon of artificial intelligence, and this is going to be a very, very long period because the way things are changing and getting embedded in our own lives is something that was unimaginable probably even 2 years ago. And one of the most tangible changes of artificial intelligence or benefits, if I may say so, you can see is in the health sector. And we saw a lot of speakers before us talk about how it's going to help, bring in lots of efficiencies in health and medical services, subsequently reduce costs. But what about accessibility? Is that a question that we are currently skipping without actually knowing what the consequences could be?
AI is going to be a wonderful tool. Like most of the speakers have said, that we need to use it cautiously, with intelligence and with awareness. Having said that, it is a tool that most people talked about, that they would be able to have more people come to hospitals, get treated, and still be able to move out. As a result, it will decrease the cost, increase efficiency, and increase the lifespan. I just have a question to make here. Most hospitals really don't have accessible toilets. We do not have accessible infrastructure that would allow people who are in the recovery stage to leave the hospital so that beds are occupied for more important patients that really require it. Inaccessible infrastructure and the transport systems could actually create more problem and not give us the results that we are thinking that AI would bring it to us.
Absolutely. You know, we are in Goa right now, and this summit is taking place in a state which kind of remains a relative outlier, positive in the positive sense, because Goa, maybe because it's the footfalls of tourists are very, very high, has been far more, higher up on the scale of accessibility, particularly infrastructure. Having said that, however, do you think there is a case, particularly in the case of public transport, do you think there is a serious and a compelling case to actually invest significantly at scale for last mile delivery, of creating a public transport system of last mile delivery for people with reduced mobility? This could include not just, specially able people, but also the elderly.
Extremely well put. Goa is a lovely state. In my 25 years of fighting for accessibility, Goa is one of the states that have always been on top of the list in terms of accessibility in comparison to the rest of the India that we are talking about. It's a pleasure to be in Goa because you guys do give importance to accessibility. It's thanks to the ministers who have handled urban development ministry, like our Honorable Minister, Mr. Rane. Now he is looking into health, forest, so it gives us more hope that in health sector also, we would look at accessibility, because this is the sector where the vulnerable actually come to be treated and become whole. Last mile connectivity from that angle, Gaurav, would make extreme amount of sense.
Right.
It's, amongst doctors that I'm sitting, I'll give an apt example. It's like saying your blood runs in the body, but it doesn't, it's unable, inaccessible to liver or heart or brain.
Right.
So last mile connectivity is that much more important. So when you get out of a bus that is accessible and not be able to go through an accessible mode of transport to your home, it makes the whole cycle very futile.
So as a business person, do you think it makes eminent business sense to invest in creating some kind of a public infrastructure for last mile delivery?
Absolutely.
And would you be willing to do that in a state like Goa, for instance, to begin with?
I wish I could say I could make a state like Goa become completely accessible in terms of last mile connectivity. But I'm there to help in understanding what can be the bottlenecks. But even as a company, as a company, I do not boast about having the GDP of a country. So if I have that, of course, I would be able to do so.
Let's change tack a bit now. Let's talk about your advocacy work. And you have done some remarkable work, particularly one example that comes to mind. And since both of us are from Delhi, we can relate to that. And there are many people from Delhi here, with making Qutub Minar accessible. And you played a pioneering role in that. Qutub Minar is accessible now for people with reduced mobility only because of you. Having said that, however, was it something that, was there a trigger behind this project, or is it something that you have been thinking about and eventually brought it about?
Accessibility has been very close to my heart for obvious reasons. And in 2001, I think Stephen Hawking had come to India. He couldn't go to Qutub Minar. He couldn't go to the Taj. I'd read it in the newspaper, and I felt very hurt about it. I felt everybody has a right to go and see the beautiful cultural India that we all have. That's where the journey started. In 2008, it took us 200 visits to the same office to convince them to look at the first World Heritage Site to be made accessible anywhere in the world. We went ahead, we talked, we got a success. And to our surprise, that actually also led to a financial increase in Qutub's revenue. It was more than Red Fort and Humayun's tomb put together. So that's when I really feel, as a business person, that if we want anything to be sustainable, it needs to have an economic angle. It needs to be self-sufficient that way. And charity of time and money really wouldn't come if we want something to be sustainable and to look at it again and again, year after year.
You know, let's talk about something. Let me ask you something about your own life, particularly in the professional space. And you run a company. You are in an industry which essentially has been considered to be a boys-only club. And you have smashed that male bastion because you are dealing with a very extremely heavy engineering B2B space, Jindal Saw and Pipes. It has always been dominated by male leaders, and you have smashed that barrier. Tell us something about the journey of your leadership, particularly in an industry which traditionally has always been a male club.
Well, I always wanted to be a businesswoman since the age of 6. And it is a very macho business. So I was always ridiculed in the beginning. Are ladki hoke kaise steel mein kaam karegi? And to which my answer was always, just like you will use cranes to lift steel, I'm going to manage people who will lift cranes to lift steel. Having said that, it wasn't easy. It still isn't easy. I'm a woman on a wheelchair in a very macho business, but it's very good for my image. People, I think, believe in the macho image. I was once traveling in a plane, and very early in my career, I was probably mid-20s, and somebody actually thought that I was the 5th Jindal brother, my grandfather being the one running the company, and I had an L&T gentleman sitting next to me, and he thought, after Prithviraj Jindal, who is my father, Sajan Jindal, Ratan Jindal, Naveen Jindal, he knew Sminu Jindal, the 5th brother, and that he was particularly my best friend. Wonderful. In a way, I'm glad I met him because it helped me understand that I finally arrived. I'm the 5th brother.
Indeed, of course. You know, let me ask you something about the policymakers' approach towards, bringing in a more inclusive attitude towards people with reduced mobilities. Now, traditionally, we have always had a very welfare-based approach. In the sense, welfare-based approach. That is, it's very handout-driven. It's like ticking the box. However, I think we need to make them more participative, and the approach has to be more participatory. Because if you think of it as a welfare-based approach, then it becomes a very bureaucratic, if I may say so. How do we ensure that we actually make it more participatory and move it away from the current approach that we have?
You know, Gaurav, it has already always made me wonder that when we become older, we are assumed that we cannot do anything for our country. These are the same people who have paid taxes, respectfully brought in good citizens in the world, and now they are older, but they are unable to decide their own journey in life because things are not accessible, that they don't feel safe going out of their homes and going out to their place of joy, be it a picnic with their grandchildren, because most people who are earning in their young age, they're actually just earning money for their children so that they can have a better future, not really having much time to spend with them as children, taking them out and all. And that is where I believe that if we are able to provide accessibility, all these people would be able to do something going out of their homes, feel safe. Every time that a person goes out, it's an economic opportunity. I go out, I spend money on travel. in a hotel, buy a drink, buy some chips. Everything results, it's a full circle. Everything comes down to earning the rupee, which is a full circle too. So every little thing counts.
Absolutely, very well said. And finally, if you were to point out 5 things that we need to do, both as a country and as also as citizens, and also government and authorities, how do we, for building an ecosystem of equal opportunities where everyone can contribute, particularly people with reduced mobilities can contribute even more? What will those 5 things be, in view of you?
Topmost thing would be provide accessible infrastructure, accessible transport. It helps us today not only to make a better life for ourselves, but for our future, for our children. They will come into a world full of accessibility. I would urge parents of today, grandparents too, to want to raise an awareness, to create a demand around accessibility, because when they make that changes in their personal homes, in their personal toilets, not only do they benefit, but even the future generation benefits as they grow old or have a small period of reduced mobility in their career or in their life.
Absolutely. Very well said, ma'am. Thank you so much. As citizens and as a nation, we have a responsibility of making our country more participatory and opening up equal opportunities for everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time out and dropping by to have this conversation with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, such wonderful, inspiring stories. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that. Let's now shift to a subject that touches every one of our lives at some point or the other, or perhaps at our most vulnerable moments, which is emergencies. Think about it. When a road accident happens, when someone has a heart attack, or when a trauma case comes through the hospital doors, the difference between life and death often comes down to seconds and to whether the right infrastructure is in place. Our next discussion is all about revolutionizing emergency medicine infrastructure. And to moderate the session, please welcome back Ekta Batra, requesting Dr. Sanjeev Bhoy, Professor of Emergency Medicine at Amidst, Delhi, Director of the WHO Collaborating Center for Emergency and Trauma, who joins us.
Thank you, Doctor, for joining in. So, emergency medicine at Amidst, Delhi must be a very busy place for you. Tell us about your experience as a trauma doctor, as an emergency doctor. Is it exactly like the shows we watch? Is it as dramatic? And where do you think we're lacking?
It is really exciting. First of all, I thank CNN-18 to give opportunity to first time speak about emergency care and how has there been journey from casualty to emergency medicine, the right way I'll put it. So the experience is, it was way back in 2002 when there was a parliament attack, and you know that all the top wigs of the country, they come to Amidst. So immediately, and the old casualty, they usually manned by the junior most doctors, taking care of the sickest patient. Sneezing to cardiac arrest, it comes in emergency. So post-parliament attack, the government thought that we had to put specialists in the emergency room, so-called erstwhile casualty. A medicine doctor, then anesthesiologist, one few orthopedicians, and medicine. That was from me. Put together in that casualty. And then the game changed. Then we thought that this is a place where you get sickest of most patients and untrained or less trained doctors, nurses and paramedics are there. And you have to perform in very time critical fashion. for the patient to, become well. And that was the, the trajectory in developing a casualty to academic emergency medicine, which took almost, before me, 2002, there were also efforts in developing emergency medicine. So in 2012, we got the academic emergency medicine department at AIMS. And like you said, that what is emergency care? What is the definition of emergency care? Is anything you feel is emergency medicine. Because the patient emergency is the most, important thing a physician has to think of when it comes to the emergency. Yes, you get a sick patient, a patient who is coming with chest pain, somebody is coming with trauma, somebody is coming with bleeding everywhere, somebody is coming with a snake bite, somebody is coming with a scorpion bite, somebody is coming only with, fever, mild fever. Or somebody is coming and shouting at you, get me a medical exam done immediately. So, and then you have to manage, 360-degree approach in short time. So in all 5 minutes of all emergencies is emergency medicine.
Okay. India, however, lacks ICU beds at this point. There is a dearth in terms of the ICU beds, and it's not given as much importance. As the earlier doctor had mentioned, we don't even, they have OTs in the trauma care. Many hospitals don't. How important is the infrastructure for ICU, and how much does it lack in the country right now?
So I'll take this question in the concept what is called as the ECO model: emergency, critical care, and operative care. So when a patient comes with emergency, suppose for example a trauma or a pain abdomen, perforated abdomen, you require immediate frontline will be a system. You require a system, not only beds. So the system will save the patient, not the beds actually. So you require a person that you have to recognize a sick condition. You yourself should say, I should seek care. Go to the doctor, number one. So number two, you have a strong emergency medical response system to take him, or ambulance system to take him to the right hospital. When you come to the emergency room, you have the trained human resource should be there, to take care of the patient, when preventing him from any arresting or dying. Then the surgeon comes and takes him to the OT, or the patient after OT goes to the ICU. So the whole chain, and after the ICU, he goes back to the community. So whole chain is called as emergency care system, which are all components are there. One of the important components you talked about the critical care beds or ICU beds. So if you see the data which we have, which we did a study, maybe I think that is a study we did, the AIMS Niti Aayog study. So what we felt was there was lack of, you have almost 30% of your patients, in a hospital, they are actually with emergency condition they come. And they have only, they had only 10% of beds, against the 30% of load. And you can see the proportion of critical care beds we have. There is a dirt need, for upgrading, upscaling the critical care beds. And let me tell you that there is an initiative. This is called ECO model. The government has taken AIMS and the Niti Aayog and Ministry of Health and all the academia. They've taken a strong decision to create that infrastructure across the country. If you see the PM Abhim Yojana, which is, it is for what is called a critical care blocks are coming across the country. That will help in addressing the critical care beds across the country. And in district hospitals also, there will be ICUs have been, are being upgraded to ICUs. But the main problem here is, the manpower. Correct. The manpower are being trained in both emergency care and critical care. That will also help to solve the issue.
You were a part of the AIMS Niti Aayog gap analysis, where you looked at 100 facilities. You've spoken about how ICU beds, there is a dearth. But what is the one biggest system failure that India is facing when it comes to ICU care?
See, ICU care should not be taken.
Emergency.
Yeah, emergency, because it is acute. You can say compendium of acute care. So the main findings we got was our lack of trained human resource, which is actually is the main problem. One of the main problems is trained humans. Second is lack of process engineering. Process engineering is the problem. I'll give you just an example. If you have everything under the sun and still the system is not working or saving the patient, that means there is a lack of processes. So what we found in nutshell, if I say, lack of trained human resource, there was good infrastructure in many places, lack of processes were there. So if I have to, address this, I'll work in creating an emergency care system, not systems in silos. Second will be work on improving the processes, so that whether you like it is just like having a McDonald's in Arunachal, McDonald's in Delhi, so that you get the same burger. Emergency care is same. You should get the same care in Delhi and in Arunachal. So that is the model, and these are all the steps. You can do it, and it can be achievable, and it's being done right now.
So it's standardization of care across the country.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, do you think that would fill the gap when it comes to rural, district-level hospitals vis-a-vis Tier 1 urban city centers?
Yeah, very good question. Is the study also focused on 50 hospitals or district hospitals? Let me tell you, if you see, in the study it will be really amazing. Also, district hospital performed better than medical colleges in some of the indicators. So, yes, the question is strengthening emergency care in primary care is a big issue, and it should be addressed. And there is almost, because 70% population goes to the district hospital. So in a mission mode also, they are being upgraded, many of them, to medical colleges. Number two, there is another research project going on to improve emergency and trauma care and burns care in district hospital levels. So this is being done by creating standards. So during COVID, because a lot of resource mobilization has also happened, it is improving, so suddenly improvement in equipment and supplies. The HR being skilled by various training programs for training. Third, working on process engineering, creating separate programs like AIMS Delhi has now, we are mentoring 7 states of India to create systems. System saves life. Individual will not save life. Individual brilliance doesn't save life. Creating beds doesn't save life. So we are training the team in system building. We're calling it champions of change. So we have covered Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Arunachal Pradesh, UP, Leh, Ladakh. So we have given a few examples, I am telling you, that we have worked on system building, and is showing fruits at the grassroots, like district hospital and below.
Okay. Well, Doctor, I'm going to wrap up this session by asking you for an example. If you could share a real-life example from your experiences when it comes to a successful trauma care case, and maybe something, a leaflet out of, all of your experiences which stands out to you, maybe as a good or a bad example.
So, the best trauma case I like to give it from AIMS Trauma Center, where we had a patient where actually he had a impaled object, which went through and through from the chest, abdomen, and through. So it came in, media highlight, few years back, some 10, 15 years back. The patient was, and he was stuck in a car. The gas scatter was, brought from the Delhi Metro. We had to cut the car in front of the emergency department of trauma center, take the patient there. And the patient, difficult to resuscitate because the patient did not lie down because a huge rod was there, through and through. And the difficult intubation means airway management. The patient, went to the OT in no time because the system is such in place that it goes from emergency to OT within 5 minutes of arrival. That is how well-oiled system was. And all, like Dr. Dubasi said, the trauma team jumped in, you have in place, went to the OT, did a successful OR, and he went back home alive, and he is now living in Australia.
Oh, wow.
So that is an example of a system which works.
That is excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining in and giving us, what we need to do in terms of improvement of trauma care. And what stands out is standardization of operations. So you just follow the protocol and you'll reach where you have to.
Just one message I'd like to give.
Sure.
That this is the first time the advocacy of the media platform like this for a stronger integrated emergency trauma services in the country in a mission board is a strong partner is media advocacy. And so we thank you too for inviting us also. And very important is which is going to be launched by nationally, there will be what is called a school CPR program across the country.
That is a must.
Yeah, school CPR project. It has been there. Studies have been done. Now the NITI Aayog is going to roll it out across the country, school CPR program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining in and speaking with us.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to our final session of the evening. And with that, we zoom out to the big picture, the future of healthcare itself, with 1 billion lives depending on stronger systems, smarter policies and innovative solutions. The challenge is massive, but so is the opportunity. How do we reimagine healthcare that is affordable, that is accessible and built for India's scale? That's the conversation ahead, and to guide us through the discussion, please welcome back Toya Singh, and please put your hands together for the 4 distinguished voices bringing perspectives from medicine, policy, social impact and health tech innovation. Dr. Ajay Singh, Vice Chancellor at Uttar Pradesh University of Medical Science, CEFI. Rajiv Gupta, Group President, PB Fintech Limited. Dr. Joydeepa Darlong, Head, Knowledge Management and Development, the Leprosy Mission Trust India, and Manoj Sankar, Co-Founder and Director, Nemo Care Wellness.
All right, let's sit down. We'd like to thank all of you for staying with us through this discussion, or the series of discussions we've watched on stage so far. I'd like to tell you that the 4 people on stage with me, some of them have come up to me and told me that these are the areas we need to talk about because we are not giving it enough attention. And it has been wonderful to hear that input. So we're going to try to do exactly that right now. I'm going to come over to each of you and ask you a little bit about what you do. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But Dr. Joydeepa, we'll start with you. The rural conversation. Let's go straight into it. All of the discussions you've watched today, to make them more relevant, because Dr. Joydeepa leads she leads research at the Leprosy Mission, and you work intimately with rural women, for example. And in our conversations in the days leading up, you have said that one of the biggest questions is mental health. Something as simple as, how do you measure when someone is depressed? Usually you have parameters, and sometimes these parameters are far too Western. They need to be rewritten. But doctor, tell me, in how many ways do you reimagine the system needs to be rewritten?
So before I embark on this question, I just want to say that before research, I was in a rural hospital, 17 years, worked in a place called Purulia, which you'll know for arms drop, and notoriously. But, and I work in a leprosy mission hospital, which focuses on leprosy, but then we work as a primary care hospital for all other diseases. So I'm a family physician, and for me, a patient, a person who comes to the hospital is not a disease. It's a person. So when I reimagine the healthcare of rural India, or India for that matter, I would not think healthcare is provided in the hospitals. I would think healthcare is provided in the communities, and that it is owned by the communities. And with my experience in the Leprosy Mission, what all we have done by taking disability care at the doorstep of the patient through AI-operated vans, using 3D printing, also by doing livelihood for women who do not have economic means, but mixed groups. And also looking at mental health, recognizing them in the OPD by not specialized people, but by lay counselors with little counseling to recognize that a person has a disease plus an anxiety, a disease plus a depression, a disease plus a panic. So unless a holistic approach, community-based, is not adopted, we will not be able to probably do a justice to the healthcare in our country.
I don't want to take away from the point that you've made, but you have touched on something that I want you to elaborate on, the ways in which you are using tech. Because one of the conversations you've had is around how you are, for example, 3D printing boots.
Yes.
So, for example, current policies only give boots for certain sizes, and you had to solve that.
So when we work with leprosy, because of the nature of the anesthetic feet and ulcers, we do get a lot of diabetic, we do get a lot of spine and neural and ectodermal diseases, and also children and many people with lots of orthopedic problems. So physiotherapy is good and the footwear departments are good. We make footwear for people. But then we went beyond. In 2015, we got a Google grant and we started doing 3D printing. We started innovating with that idea. And with that, we developed some kind of customized footwear for people. But then we saw that depending on Western technology made us more handicapped because things get spoiled and you are stuck. Because in the customs, the repair parts will get stuck, the costs will be exorbitant, and the Google grant is just only for a few years. And then it is not sustainable. Then we hunt, and we found that there were startups in IITs. We collaborated with an IIT Delhi group, and then now we have this technology in all our 15 hospitals that we have in the country, in 9 states. So now the people have access to that customized footwear, because if the routine products are given, that is in size 5, 6, and 7. But a person might have an high arch, they might have lost a great toe, they might have different kinds of foot problems. Then how do we give a normal footwear and expect them to continue having a good life? So this is how we have taken the technology. And we also have this van which takes the patient's footwear foot picture at his own house, and the picture goes to the department in the hospital where the machine the milling machine is there. They make the insole and they send it back, and the insole is put into the patient's footwear. So at the doorstep, it is helping. And telemedicine also in that same van happens with the doctor, and the patients are able to get disability care. Those who are not able to go to the hospital, most of them do not. So that's how
you're already using technology.
We do, yeah. We also have the HMIS, which we started in 2008. And it's still up and running. We get data from there. We know the hotspots. We know where the limited resources needs to be concentrated, so that little resource does not get diluted. So all that is giving us good data enough to help us manage our resources better.
So I want to keep with this conversation around technology. And also, when you had said a little earlier that we need to talk more about the rural in conversations like this, I now want to come over to the Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor, you had said we're not talking enough about education and AI and the many ways in which AI should be used in education. What is your vision, and what are you already trying to implement?
Yeah, thank you very much, first of all. My vision is that any medical management and the services, if we are talking about without talking about the innovations and the changes and modification in the medical education, then we are not talking and we are not doing the justice. So medical education is the spine of every health services, whether it's a rural or it's a urban or it's a inter-state level. So medical education, as a Vice Chancellor, I know there are many disparities as far as the different areas of a state is concerned. There are a policy that as many as medical colleges should be opened, and with the opening of medical colleges, the students is not a problem. Problem is the skilled teachers who are not there to give the proper education to the, and after result is that we are compromising in our quality of medical education. So what I feel, and which I practiced as a director AIMS Bhopal, that we adopted many medical colleges across the MP as well as in the Uttar Pradesh. We telecasted our lectures live from our lecture theaters, which we are giving at AIMS Bhopal for every student who is there, and they can attend it. The same way, same type of activity we performed for the nursing as well as paramedics, because only teaching the graduates, medical graduates is not enough unless until we have the nursing and paramedics.
I want to understand from you more closely though, when you say use AI to teach, because what you talked about right now was the importance of projecting. So for example, have a conversation, teach a class, have it be recorded, have that recording shared among students. But AI, how would you use that?
AI means if you are having the artificial intelligence modules in your lectures, because the medical education technology, most of the places, good places, good education institutes are involving the AI to educate their students in the form of making the lectures interactive and comprehensive, including the AI and the text knowledge. So if same knowledge and same content you are transmitting across, we are not recording and sending. We are these are the interactive sessions. Even the student sitting out the other way is able to understand and can ask the same teacher. That is what I'm saying is very, very important, which needs a good interactive session as far as and the interaction of the AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to come back to you and ask you a little bit more about how you see this happening. But let's come over to this side. We'll go over Manoj first to you, and then Rajiv will come to you in a second. So Manoj works, well, he is the co-founder of NemoCare. And NemoCare creates these wearable devices that young babies wear, and they track all of their vitals everywhere from, well, these are largely deployed in hospitals, but hospitals in rural regions too. And I want to ask you a little bit about, because you're already using tech, and this one product I talked about, this is called Raksha, but wearable tech essentially you're at the forefront of. I want to ask you more about the challenges here, because this is a sector where we cover innovations all the time. But if you don't mind me saying, the big question, the big problem rather that founders tell us is funding. You have a rather innovative solution to that. So walk us through it.
Thanks for having me here. So we started this journey almost 8 years ago, and what we tried to solve was, picking up from the last speaker, standardizing protocols for care for newborns, even in the NICU. And the problem we wanted to solve was lack of manpower, the hardest to reach places. Can we give standardized care there? And we use a tool of technology, which is in the form of wearables and an AI platform. So some challenges, if I can touch upon those, was the first thing is, can I get data from the hard to reach places to the cloud? 8 years ago, to my surprise, even the most remote specialized newborn care units had Wi-Fi accessible. They had designed these systems for the future, something that we leveraged upon. We were fortunate when we decided saying, okay, let's solve this problem, but let's solve for the next 10 years, that when this solution is out there, it can be at par. It took us 7 years to build a product and get out there. So we put in the form of wearables, no wires, no leads, care continuum across the step-down units, to Kangaroo Mother Care, to even the facility. We were fortunate to get funded by the Gates Foundation, BIRAC, DST. We had several grant funding agencies which saw that, yes, this approach might solve a problem when the timing is going to be right for it. And they invested and bet on us. So that helped us actually start this work. And today we're here. We've deployed across 6 states. We've also ensured that it's as simple to use for training the nurses as well, because this is the first time they're actually digitizing something. There was a vitals monitor, never data coming out of that ever. But the West had scores like the Hero, which they can predict if a baby will have sepsis. So that was our motivation. We had very strong clinical advisors who came to us and said, irrespective of where a baby is born, there should be health equity for that baby. And that's the mission that we are working on right now.
Okay, let's come. Just wonderful to hear. Let me just come over to you, Rajiv, and now ask you more questions. So, Rajiv runs Policy Bazaar Finance, and if I may, if FinTech, and let me just tell our audience a little bit about your plans. Can I do that already? Okay, so they are planning to open hospitals and, well, across the country, but the piece I wanted to come over to ask you a little bit about is you have been a tech platform first for years already. The AI discussion, in many ways, I'm sure, feels a little old for you because it's a conversation that your company's been engaging with for a few years. I want to understand, question number one, when it comes to insurance penetration in India continuing to be quite low, 3%, 4%, very low numbers, how do we improve that? Do you see AI playing a role? Do you say, nah, that's just not the answer, it's just simple financial education? What do you see as the road forward first?
So you're absolutely right. First of all, thank you for having me here. The first time you guys invited me, I was wondering why a non-doctor is being invited. But the last couple of hours here in this room, I feel the most safest amongst all the doctors around here. In any case, I think Policy Bazaar was established in 2008 and with an objective of promoting insurance across the digital platform so that people can start looking at various plans available and then start buying. And you're absolutely right, India continues to be low on penetration. While the world average is close to 7%, we are at about 3.6%. And within that, I think on the non-life side, which has the health insurance and the motor, we are just about 1%, which is a low single-digit number, and that's scary. So I think PB FinTech, which runs Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar, has been doing a lot of effort towards promoting health and term. If you look at all our ads over the last many years, we spend over 400 crores on ads every year. We only promote health insurance and term insurance. We don't talk about life insurance because we believe health insurance is a necessity. I think a speaker before me, the previous one or the one previous to that, spoke about, the aging population in this country. I think one of the scariest moments is going to be that today 15 crore people are senior citizens. 2047, this number will be 70, 80 crore people, and 85% of the senior citizens don't have a health insurance plan. They don't have an income plan. With zero social security scheme other than the coverage for the poverty line and the people above 70, imagine today's 35-year-olds are tomorrow's senior citizens. And if these people are not educated, in terms of why buying health insurance is important, there comes the point of financial literacy. I think one of the biggest challenge which we see in this country, apart from having open Jan Dhan Bank accounts, at least enabling bank account with every customer, is how do we reach out to this population and help them learn financial literacy? What is banking? Why buying health insurance is important? I think that is a big effort which the government will have to put in together with the private sector. In the local lingual languages people understand, very, very basic financial literacy promotion programs will have to be run across the country if this penetration has to be improved. You'll be surprised, 25 years after the sector being opened up, this year we saw fall in penetration, which is surprising, because at the lower middle class or middle class, insurance is just not there in their mind. They think that we have other priorities, there are other expenses for the households. Micro insurance products which will suit their needs are just not available. So tech certainly will play a significant role. We've already done that in the last 15 years. Last year we wrote 25,000 crores of premium, and we are hoping, to do 1 lakh crores by the next 4 years. And all this is going to only come from tier 3, tier 4 cities. And I think the first good message of GST being, made nil is a great message, but that message alone will not translate into huge volumes. I think coupled with that, the literacy programs which we need to run, creating micro insurance product using technology, building reach, I think together we'll be able to solve this problem of penetration. I think if we have to go anywhere near close to double-digit number, we are talking about insurance for all by 2047, I think double-digit penetration number will be a great achievement to achieve.
I want to ask you a follow-up question there about AI and tech. We touched on it, but I want to go a little deeper and understand from you. There's a very interesting use case in the US, which I know we can't apply here, but I do want to share it with our audience, where if you own in specific a Tesla and you're driving your Tesla, you get a point or you get a mark in the end of a month based on how safely you drove your car. And that point, so say you're at 60, it'll decide what you get if you get into an accident. If you're at 90, obviously it gives you much more. So you can understand that it's a shifting scale that changes live based on how safely you're driving. That's a super interesting use case that works in the US. Not at all saying there's application here, but what I want to understand from you is how do you see AI fitting our uniquely Indian context in the insurance accident claims aspect?
I think it's the future. There's no doubt about it. We started talking about AI 7 years back. It took us 4 years to build the AI core system. We had challenges like people didn't understand AI, so where would we find the manpower to actually work on AI, you know? And then it took us 4 years. But today I can tell you, you spoke about US, India is also very advanced. We are talking about IoT devices which track your driving behavior, and there are products which like pay as you drive, or if your driving behavior is good, your premiums are substantially lower than compared to what others pay. Similarly, healthcare devices also monitor whether you follow instead. So if you were, at a particular, when you took the policy and you were weighing 85 kgs and you had lifestyle diseases, but if you do something about it over the next 1 year, your next year premium comes down automatically. So all these can be done only through advanced technologies, and AI is going to play a critical role there. And AI is being used very efficiently. I can also tell you, you gave motor example. I was part of a meeting which was addressed by the Ministry of Road Transport, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, and we are now launching, GNIIT, Global Navigation, system, which is going to replace Fast Track, and that is going to track, everything from your driving behavior to staging accidents so that people don't have fraudulent claims which are coming in, and immediate medical attention to, accident victims. I think that is going to transform the way, industry is being seen, and that's a big opportunity for the insurance sector as well.
Okay, I want to take this now all the way to Dr. Joydeepa. Doctor, one more thing that you said we need to talk more about, and we've talked a lot about AI through the evening, but you said AI ethics. We're not talking about that. Break down very quickly first what you mean when you say that, and then tell us a little bit about how this conversation can be had in the Indian context and should be had in the Indian context.
That is quite a difficult question to answer. I didn't anticipate that. My fault. I shouldn't have said that word. Anyways, I mean, yes, Indian ethical practice is changing every hour. I mean, we still do not have very strong published guidelines of ethical aspects of management of diseases. But what we do is take consents. We have good video recorded consent forms and all that. But the place where I am looking at is, again, the rural India, where 70% of India's population is, and the healthcare is also there. How much do they understand AI? If I have to deploy AI in my management practice, in my practice, how much can I inform them, or what is it that I inform them that AI is going to give me this information, and this is not my information, and I'm going to act upon or take a decision on the AI's information. There are catch points to that. People who are educated will cross-question, but people who come from little less literate background, they will say, doctor, you are the God, you do what is best for me. But I don't think that is the future of India. Future of India, I always tell my patients, question me. You have the right to question. A person who is on a TB medication, a shop owner, when he came for a knee problem, I realized that he was having a hyperuricemia because of the ATT, because of that pyrazinamide. So I asked him, are you taking any other medicine? हाँ कुछ चलता है. Doctor बोला है 6 महीना खाना है. I said 6 months of medication and you don't know what the disease is. क्या होता? नहीं थोड़ा सा कुछ हो गया था, खांसी वासी. I was in Purulia. He was going every 2 weekly to Ranchi to get that medicine. So I said, ये तो TB का दवाई होगा. नहीं, I'll send it across through my son and show you. So if we are not able to inform patients that this is the treatment that I'm giving, leprosy patients do not get a diagnosis. Why? Because the doctor will become bad. How can a doctor give me a diagnosis which is leprosy? Most of my work in rural Chhattisgarh, doctors are not willing to give the diagnosis. If an ulcer patient comes because leprosy, he says, I tell them to go and tell it is because of diabetes, so that he's not stigmatized. So there are a lot of dynamics going on in the society, in the cultural context of different states, and the ability to understand so much of AI technology and the decision making that is resting upon that. So somewhere down the line, when we are bringing in so much of AI related things, people should also understand decision is in whose hands? Is it in our hands, or it is facilitated by somebody and we are just a human face to that decision? That we need to understand.
I want to take a point you've made now to Vice Chancellor. I'm wrapping up, so we're coming to each of you for your last word. But Vice Chancellor, because you head an educational institution, the discrimination that the doctor is talking about that still exists in our medical systems, how do we ease that out? This isn't such a noble profession, but it does still exist. How do we ease it out?
I think the basic thing is that society as a whole, we are the part of the society, and the society as a whole must take up this issue. And the sensitization at every stakeholder is very, very necessary. Unless until you will not sensitize, what doctors are representing is they are the face of the society itself. Whatever is happening in the society, the doctors will do the same, and because the upbringing of a person will reflect if you are a doctor or a nurse or a paramedic, that is the same thing. So for me, it's an education, it's a sensitization, it's a continuous process which should continue. And we must be able to, our students, our faculty members and all members should be able to understand that the changing scenario needs to be tackled by a continuous process of education and sensitization. Unless until we are not open for learning lifelong, we will not be able to tackle these discriminations.
Okay, and then let's end, Manoj, with you. If I could just ask you, with your product, you are obviously training people on the ground with how to use your product constantly. And I just want to hear from you a story in which you have been able to change some. I mean, your product changes people's lives every day, sure. But I want to hear from you a story about how you've been able to transfer a message, say something, and genuinely change the way someone's, a paradigm shift, essentially.
Yeah, so it started off very early, as in when we put the device out there itself, when the caregivers started noticing, saying, oh, these alarms are actually making sense, and it is correlating with my standard of care. To a large extent that they were not following it as a protocol before. They had their own ways to do it. So when they started getting these alerts from our devices early, sometimes even our doctors came in and said, it takes me 20 years of experience to tell if this baby is going to fall sick, my gut feel. So that was one turning point for us when we started realizing, saying even the younger doctors, the on-duty resident doctors, were able to use these alerts, for that matter, and insights, and actually move these babies to a higher level of care. So these incidences started as one-offs initially, and as we started deploying these devices more, we started seeing the frequency increase. So we started tracking this as a holistic thing rather than just episodes. It started as episodes, and it made us feel nicer because it started becoming a standard of care. That was epiphany for us, in the sense saying, this is what we started out to do, saying we didn't find these outliers. It started becoming a norm that they started using the alerts and the alarms, the insights, to actually give the standard of care. So it started as one or two incidences, and now it's the standard of care that's happening in.
We were, when we were talking outside and just understanding what to talk about today, you gave one of the beautiful examples that you both were talking about of how you taught someone how to count breaths per minute. and just how helpful something like that can be. But I want to thank all of you, because what we've talked about today is just how to take this conversation further from rooms like this to actually implementing change. Thank you so much for joining us.
Lovely. We do have some feedback, some requests. But with this very wonderful and inspiring conversation, we've also officially come to the end of CNN-News18 Goa HealthTech Summit 2025, presented by Earshot. Today has been about vision, innovation, and collaboration. And together, we've explored what it will take to reimagine healthcare for India. Very special thank you once again to our presenting partner, Earshot, whose support and commitment made this summit possible. And as we wrap up, one last request. We'd like to keep the spirit of connection and conversation going for the rest of the evening as well. So request you all to join us for dinner. Here's to innovation, inclusivity, and the future of healthcare. Thank you. Goodbye. See you soon.